Hi hey hey happy 18 months Kieran 97 blankies.
It's going down!
It's a jolly day. Would you like to try a peach mango pie with a side of a weekly Miles Edgeworth kissing appointment? Because if you do, then let's go ahead and get started.
Hi, hey everyone. Welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome in. Hope you guys are all doing good today. Thank you guys so much for stopping by. Oh my god, Hero Style, hi! Thank you so much for being first. Congratulations. CV. Hi, hey, welcome in. Luke. I have something to say to you. Welcome in Cole, and hello Misaki, and everyone else. I hope you guys are all doing good today. How's your guys' weekend?
That's right, Ace
Attorney TV. Oh my god, Luke, you've literally ruined my life. CV, thank you for the cat boy. Yesterday, the last time I streamed was like what, when we did Pokemon Coliseum? Yesterday, I did a whole lot of nothing. I woke up and I went to Costco because my mom wanted to go to Costco, and I was like, if we're gonna go to Costco on a Saturday, we have to go at like opening, right? Parking was still awful. It was very much a nightmare. And then I got home because I was so tired because there were so many people at Costco. My claustrophobia was kind of kicking in. And then I get home, I immediately knock out, and I am sleeping, and then I wake up, and the first thing I have to do, well, give it a little bit more. The first thing I have to do, I have to go on Spotify, and I just put What is this feeling? So something anew. I felt the moment I laid eyes on you. Na 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 na. Well, my face is flushing. What is this feeling? Fervid as a flame. Does it have a name? Yes, yes. Oh, it's such a good song. I think that might actually be my favorite song in the entire Wicked OST. But I spent like the entire day just like listening to that song and then just Wicked TikToks. Because my TikTok algorithm clocked me. It's like, we're only gonna give you Wicked shit. We're not even gonna give you like recipes, because you guys know I love watching recipe videos online, right? I haven't gotten to any recipe videos in the past like few days because all it's doing is giving me Wicked. Thank you for the dote, Juan. Welcome in. Like, I just want to see that movie again. It's so good. It's so good. I have to wait a whole year for part 2? Ugh. Well, needless to say, just Wicked, I'll have to give it a watch. It's really good, Misaki. Like, it's really good. It just... the performances, the singing is so good. Like, it makes you want to be good at what you do, you know? Like, I think did I tell you guys this on Friday? I saw Wicked on like Wednesday, right? And then I had a session on Thursday, and I was so moved by watching Wicked on Wednesday that I was like, I need to be better at what I do, right? And then I go to my session on Thursday, and I finished an hour early. I was just like, I'm so like motivated right now, you know? Thank you for the head pats. But I just can't stop thinking about it. I want to watch it again, but also at the same time, movies are kind of like expensive. Like, I think my ticket was like $18 for like a dinky little theater. If I go see it like at a nice theater, it's probably going to be like more like 20 or 30. But I really enjoyed it. I want to watch it again, but I'm also like, should I just wait until after Christmas? Because after Christmas is when they do the screenings where you can sing along to it. And then, you know, like all the theater gays and the Filipinos are gonna go, right? But I just can't stop thinking about it right now. Like, I just keep watching TikToks, and I finally become like a millennial Gen Z where like all I can do is like watch TikTok all day. And I eat it up. It's just so fun. I love hearing you talk about stuff you really like. It's just really good. It's really good. The story's really good too. You know, I think it's something that, especially right now, we need to be hearing and talking about. But yeah, so Target is like doing this thing right now where like certain Targets are doing promotion where they're giving out like just Wicked stuff for free, right? And some Targets, I thought this was crazy. Some Targets are giving away for like signed vinyls signed by Ariana Grande and Cynthia Erivo for free. Granted, it's like it's only the first 45 people that were in line, and people were camping out, right? But I'm just like, you're giving away Ariana Grande's autograph for free? It's crazy, right? And the vinyl itself is like $45. So it's supposed to be this weekend, right? It was yesterday and then today, and I was about to just cancel stream entirely to like go camp out at Target. But then I called like 4 different Targets, and 2 of them hung up on me, and then like the others were like, oh yeah, we don't have any albums, we're only giving away like pins. And I'm like, I want the album. So it's kind of on my fault for not knowing about it and like not camping out yesterday. But I mean, it's fine. I didn't want to go like spend the weekend camping out anyways because I wanted to be lazy. I wanted to relax and chill and take it easy. And I'm here now because I do miss streaming, because yesterday I didn't do anything and it felt like I kind of wasted my day away, but I didn't feel bad about it. But I want to do something today, right? So here we are. It's Ace Attorney Sunday. I'm ready to go. Actually, give me 1 second. Let me go blow my nose. Hi, Cole. Welcome in. But the other thing right now is that like with this season, I've been getting like pretty bad allergies at my computer desk. And let me go take some vitamin C right now because I yell at you guys to take vitamin C. Go take vitamin C. Just do it. Do it, do it, do it, do it, do it. I need to restock on Zyrtec. But like, it's the season for getting sick, so please make sure you get your flu shots, get your COVID boosters if you need them, and take care of yourself, because this is like not the time to be sick, you know? I mean, it's the time that people get sick, but it's not the time to be sick. But yeah, we're here starting a new case today in Investigations 1. We are on the 4th case, which means we are almost done with the game. I'm excited, but I'm also just like, man, we're already like almost done with this game. Episode 4, Turnabout Reminiscence. So, if I know correctly, this is supposed to be like a, what do you call it? A flashback case. So we're gonna be seeing some Bratworth here. So I titled this stream Bratworth Summer, and I told Kiro this last night. And Kiro's like, what? Like, what does that have to do with anything? I'm like, Bratworth. Because it's young Edgeworth. The fan nickname for him is Bratworth. And he thought I was saying like bratwurst. He was like I get you love sausage, but like what does that have to do with? I was like, no, Bratworth! Don't you know? This is my favorite case from this game. Looking forward to seeing how you play it. Oh, it's gonna be absolutely awful. I apologize in advance for my awful playing style. I'm getting allergies from the air, but hydration is my priority. You know what? Let me drink some water. You were so sleepy. I was not. I was normal. It was coherent. I took a nap during the day, so I stayed up till like 1:40 a.m., which is like a record for me at this time. It was coherent. Shut up. Anyways. Episode 4, Turnabout Reminiscence. Kay Faraday, the young lady who calls herself the second Yatagarasu. The piece of cloth that she conjured up has taken me back to many years ago. Seven years earlier. Who are these divas? Yeah, that's right. I did it. I killed the guy. But it was the great thief Yatagarasu that told me to do it. I asked the defendant, just what exactly are you trying to say? Don't you get it? I know the true identity of Yatagarasu. Yatagarasu is the man standing over there at the prosecutor's bench. Are you saying that I'm the Yatagarasu? Don't you dare deny it! You told me to kill him when you snuck into the embassy! Are you claiming that Mr. Faraday is the Yatagarasu? That's exactly what I... Mr. Rell, I think we just had about enough of... Your Honor, please listen to me! I'm telling the truth! You gotta believe me! In accordance with the defendant's accusation, a new prosecutor shall be called to replace Mr. Faraday. This court will be in recess until the new prosecutor is ready. September 10th, 3:20 p.m. District Court, 3rd floor, lobby. Bratworth! It's almost time for... Wait, he's younger. It's almost time for me to enter the courtroom. And so, it is that my first assignment as a prosecutor will be as a replacement for a prosecutor who's been accused by the defendant. Edgeworth! Sir. Oh no! Welcome in, Wesley.
Have you read over all the documents regarding this trial?
Yes, sir.
I've memorized everything there is to know.
Very
Good. The paperwork for the prosecutor substitution is just about complete. Mr. Edgeworth, always bear in mind that as your mentor, I, Manfred von Karma, will accept nothing short of perfection.
I understand, sir.
To have the chance to stand in court at such an early stage in my career. I'm honored and proud.
As I have watched over your studies, I'm giving you this very rare chance. Prove yourself. Crush the defendant's pathetic lies into oblivion.
Yes, sir. That such a legendary prosecutor will be watching and judging my performance. I have to be perfect in every way. He looks so cute in this outfit. He looks like a little prince. He looks like me. Look, Edgeworth and I, we have matching outfits. His face, he's not frowning too hard yet. He hasn't been defeated by society.
Today's trial should remember, because the defendant was picked up
By the security camera, correct?
Exactly.
The killer had the gall to say he only killed because he was instructed to do so. Even more outrageous is his claim that the case prosecutor, Byrne Faraday, gave the order. Faraday's such a fool. Now hold on a second.
Why is Faraday's art looking a little rough compared to everyone else's?
He's been cornered by his very own prey. Sir,
Are you an acquaintance of Mr. Byrne Faraday?
he is a pathetic man who speaks nothing but nonsense.
Nonsense.
He once tried to explain to me a way of punishing those who cannot be brought to court.
Those who cannot be brought to court. That is nonsense, for no man is above the law.
Well, there are always a few exceptions. However, this is no reason to even deal with such individuals. The prosecutor is a guardian of the court, one with no obligation to outside matters. Thus,
There's no reason to deal with such individuals. I see.
Edgeworth, disgracing yourself as Faraday has will not be forgiven.
Have no fear.
I will not let you down, sir. In place of the accused prosecutor, Byrne Faraday, I'll prove the defendant's guilt. He's so cute!
Very good. I've secured
An hour is set for you to prepare to do just that. Show them all the power of Von Karma. So, have you achieved a firm understanding of the case?
Yes, sir.
I've memorized everything that is written down in the case files. This is the most unwrinkled Edgeworth because he has not been chewed out by life just yet. He's still bumping that.
Well then, explain the case to me. I want to see if you really know what you're talking about.
Understood. Also, welcome in, Tsukino. A murder was committed on September 8th in front of the Kotapian embassy. The victim, Mr. Date Man! The victim, Mr. Date Man, was a staff member at the embassy. The defendant in this case, Mr. Mac. The defendant in this case, Mr. Macrell, was held for questioning the night of the incident as he was deemed suspicious. His art's looking a little bit rough, too. He was quickly placed under arrest for possession of the murder weapon, a gun. Furthermore, at the time of the murder, the great thief Yatagarasu had successfully infiltrated the Kodopian embassy as well. At first, Rel claimed that he himself was the Yatagarasu. But he did not kill Mr. Dade Man. I wonder what he expected to gain from such a desperate lie.
It's possible that he wants to go down while in the spotlight if he's found guilty. There truly is no limits to people's inanity. But I digress. Continue, Edgeworth. Yes, sir.
During the trial, the prosecution presented the security footage that captured the murder. Hi, Blue Moss, welcome in. The footage clearly showed Mr. Rel as the murderer. The act of Mr. Rel firing the gun could be clearly seen from the visitor's gallery. Upon seeing that, the defendant retracted his statement and admitted to the murder. Why is this guy's art so... It's not bad art, like it's like the artist is a good artist, but it just looks so like not the same caliber. Just like look at this screenshot. Wait, let me take a screenshot of this guy. Here. Look at this guy. Right? Look at him. And then look at how detailed they made my man's. Like, it's no contest. Upon seeing that, the defendant retracted his statement and admitted to the murder. I did it because I was told to. By the real Yatagarasu, Byrne Faraday.
That sounds about right. However, you've forgotten one thing. While this may appear to simply be the murder of a Kotopian embassy staff member, people are actually referring it to the second KG-8 incident. The second KG-8
Incident? I'm very sorry, sir. I fear I failed to study hard enough.
Well, even among the police, it's information that only a select few are privy to know. Could you please enlighten me, sir?
Sir, what do you mean by the second KG-8 incident?
In order for me to tell you that, you must first learn about the original case. Take a look at these documents. This is,
A 3-year-old newspaper. Kotapian Embassy staff member Manny Cochin found not guilty. The victim, Miss CCU. A shadow over the Amano group. What's his relation to the smuggling ring? This game really is just the beginning of like the team going super ham-fisted with the puns. They've always been there, but this is like just excessively punny.
You've heard of the Amano Group scandal before, correct? Yes.
I have. The secretary of Ernest Amano, the Amano Group's director, was arrested under suspicion of smuggling.
Correct. CCU was an employee of the Amano Group, and the sole witness to the smuggling operation. It was she who brought the crime to light. However, Miss Yu was silenced before she could testify in court.
Wasn't a Kotapian embassy staff member arrested for the murder?
Yes. A Kotapian by the name of Manny Cochin was the suspect. However, due to lack of evidence, the case went unresolved. Lack of evidence? If only I was in charge of the case. I would have done everything in my power to prove his guilt. To make sure
All criminals are found guilty. My mentor really is dedicated.
Faraday was the prosecutor on the case then, and he was as pathetic as ever. Mr. Faraday
He was in charge of the KG-8 incident as well?
That's right. And now, once again, the victim of the case you are currently assigned to was someone who was scheduled to testify against that smuggling organization.
Just like last time, the victim was murdered right before he was to testify.
You're catching on? The victim was murdered just before his day in court against the smuggling organization. Events are occurring almost exactly the same way as they did in the KG-8 incident.
So that's why it's being called the second KG-8 incident?
Yes. Yet there's one difference between the two incidents.
Well, what would that be?
A so-called noble thief that is sending everyone into an uproar. The great thief, Yatagarasu. Yatagarasu?
I'd better find out more. If it's true that the Yatagarasu showed up at the Kotapian embassy, what could he or she or they have been after?
No doubt to steal any suspicious accounting records and release them publicly. Or more likely, to steal secrets from the Kotapian embassy itself. Since the item that the Yatagarasu stole from there was sent to the police. What was it that the
Yatagarasu sent to the police?
I don't know the details. Anything related to the Yatagarasu is getting top secret treatment. Still, I find it very ironic. By returning the stolen item to the police, it was proof positive. The Yatagarasu had infiltrated the embassy on the same day the staff member was killed. Criminals have a way of incriminating themselves, wouldn't you say? Would have to be
The first time the Yatagarasu has left evidence behind, correct? Right.
Yes, indeed. If you wish to learn more about the Yatagarasu, then I suggest you ask Faraday.
Mr. Faraday?
He happens to be the prosecutor in charge of the Yatagarasu case as well.
He's the prosecutor in charge of the KG-8 incident? And the Yatagarasu case? Mr. Faraday really has a lot on his plate.
What is it, little girl?
You're scary, mister.
Did you need
Something?
I want to trade these coins with you.
A fistful of dimes, quarters, and pennies. but it looks like you've exactly $1. Is this what you want?
Thanks! That's exactly what I needed.
Could that child be here to watch the trial?
How disrespectful for a child like that to be running around inside the courthouse. Does no one have respect for this country's judicial system anymore?
The paperwork for the prosecutor substitution is complete.
Hey, you! Do you even know how much time there is left before the trial resumes?
I'm so sorry! I can have
You mopping up this courthouse instead of protecting it in an instant!
It's no bother, sir. Not being completely prepared could prove to be a perfect handicap for me.
Proud one you are. You'd better collect the evidence from Faraday and prepare yourselves. It's time for your debut, Edgeworth.
His 1.0 debut! September 10th, 4 p.m. District Court. Courtroom number 3.
Just what is going on? Why isn't Faraday here yet? How is it possible that the defense is not prepared yet either? Bailiff.
Where's Mr. Faraday? I'm not sure. I wasn't really paying attention. So you must be the one Mr. Von Karma recommended. I hear this will be your first trial. I look forward to seeing how you perform. Oh, by the way, was there someone celebrating a birthday during the recess? I could have sworn I heard a papa going off. And come to think of it, the other day with my grandson... Sir, it looks like the trial's about to resume. However...
Yes, it was all but impossible to prove the witness is a liar. Without the evidence from Faraday! What is that blasted buffoon up to? It's an emergency, sirs!
It's an emergency, sirs! Silence! There shall be
No yelling in this sacred hall of law! Bailiff, remove this man from this courtroom at once!
No! Remove your fucking nasty, musty, dusty, crusty, disgusting ass from this courtroom! Don't you dare ever talk about Gumshoe like that, you disgusting, filthy swine! Oh, please. Wait! You have to listen to me! It's an emergency! Defendant Lobby number 2! Mr. Faraday and the defendant! The two of them! They're both dead! What? What? September 10th, District Court, hallway. Stay
Payback. No one's allowed on the crime scene. Period.
Oh, period? I know what you are. Just who does this oddball think he is? Wait, why does everyone in this case look like they were kind of drawn like, it looks like they're the rough draft of the character sprite instead of the full finished artwork? Like, there's something about like his line work that just looks incomplete. This is becoming quite the hotspot. Isn't she Mr. Rail's defense attorney?
Hey, you! No running in the hallway, pal!
And who are you to tell me what to do? I'll never find out what's going on like this. It's time for some civil discourse. Gumshoe, I like the tan coat, but he just looks so wrong when it's not green. Actually, first I'm thirsty. A drink vending machine. Yeah. Now's not the time to be pondering what kind of drink I want. A fire extinguisher. If one were to be hit in the head, what? Really? We're calling back to that case? I suppose the victim would lose a memory or two. But it's not as though I'd ever be as foolish to be struck by one of these. The poster of the judge. There's a longer slogan of some sort in tiny letters at the bottom. Every strike of my gavel brings the truth closer to me and my hair farther away. Is this a promotional poster for the court or a hair growth product? Defendant lobby number 1 is still here. The incident took place in lobby number 2 next door. I shouldn't allow myself to be sidetracked like this. I better get a move on. First, I need to get a handle on the situation. Perhaps I should talk to someone. Interesting. They're selling special court-themed food products here. Many of them seem sort of troublesome and suspicious. Objection! I suppose. Hold up! The court is selling hot dogs for $7? Someone called the CEO of Costco right away. He would never let this stand. Milk is $7? Welcome in Ash Frost. Milk is $7? That's so fucked up. And you are?
Your future. I mean, who, me? Hey, pal.
What the heck? Are we back? Okay, wait. Can you guys refresh your browsers? You guys here? You guys here? Hello, hello, hello? That's so weird. This happened last week too. I put my standing desk up and then my internet disconnected. I need to go look into that and see what's going on there. But, we're here. How much of the stream was like disconnected? Hearing and sight are both A-okay. How long were we disconnected? It wasn't too long, was it? Okay, yeah, I really needed to stand up because my back was hurting. Okay, yeah, I gotta see what's going on with my Wi-Fi then. Anyways, Manfred von Karma, age 60. My mentor who's never known defeat in 35 years, a legendary prosecutor. Bern Faraday, age 40, prosecutor of the KG-8 incident, accused by Rel of being the Yatagarasu. Dade Matt, age 53, Kotopian Embassy staff member, was gunned down in front of the embassy by Rel. Mac Rel, age 32, embassy staff killing suspect, arrested on suspicion for the handgun he was carrying. Yatagarasu, age, real identity is unknown, but claims to be a noble thief, infiltrated the embassy. Age, a girl with a balloon. During the recess, she asked me to change some coins for her. Welcome in, shmoney shmoney. Hope you're doing good today. The judge. Age, judge in the embassy staff killing case. Dick Gumshoe. Age, 26. New rookie detective at the precinct. First crime scene. Seems very enthusiastic. Man, we're like close in age here. Why can't we be together? Why can't he be real? I want a man like that. If you look like this and you're around the age of like 26 to 30, hit me up. So Detective Gumshoe, would you mind telling me what you know about the incident?
You know that I don't have to tell you anything, right?
I know that. But it would behoove you to fill me in on what you know.
Wow, you're a proud one for such a youngster, aren't you? Well, anyway, Detective Bad is the one in charge. So you're just gonna have to ask him for all the details, okay? As for me, I was guarding the door to defendant lobby number 2.
So you were on guard detail. Did you notice anything strange while you were on duty?
Well, I freaked out when I heard a gunshot, and then I kind of froze.
You're a detective and a measly gunshot scared you that much? And again, I can hardly claim to not know what it's like to hear one at such close range.
Then Detective Bad came running to the scene. We went into lobby number 2 together, and both men were lying there, dead.
Is that everything?
Yeah, that's it. I was in the hallway the whole time, but I didn't hear a single peep of a struggle.
Interesting. Other than the gunshot, you didn't hear a single sound or commotion. You mentioned that you've only recently become a detective, did you not?
You got it! I'm a brand spanking new detective.
So that means you've probably never seen a real prosecutor's badge, right? If you so desire to see one, I just might be able to make your day.
You don't have to go through the trouble, pal, because a real man has a police badge. Someday, I'm gonna become an ace detective, just like Junpei Iori. Did I say something wrong, pal?
Forget it, detective. Oh, actually, we should talk about his testimony to him. Let me also grab... I grabbed my massage gun because my back, like, the lower part of my back, I guess it's like the arch, yeah, like my spine, around my spine area really just feels sore right now. I think it's because I slept for like so long.
So, you were guarding the door to lobby number 2 at the time of the crime, correct? Yeah, that's right. And I'll have you know, not even a single ant got by me. Really? Are you sure that not even a single ant slipped in? Well, I guess if we're talking about slipped in, then maybe a frog or something did it. It would appear that my point also completely slipped by you, Detective.
Oh, dummy!
Do you have a minute?
You know, I'm not really into talking to people I don't know. Especially at a time like this.
I apologize for not introducing myself before bothering. My name is Miles Edgeworth. I was to take Mr. Faraday's place in court.
Edgeworth, huh? Never heard of you. So Faraday's substitute's a newbie, huh?
I'll have you know, madam, that I studied under Manfred von Karma.
Pop or flop? She's gonna pop.
Do not take me for some naive novice. Huh?
Do not take me for some naive novice. So you're a student of Von Karma? I should have... The clothes are a dead giveaway!
Stop right there! These are the garments of one who gallantly presents the facts!
Oh, thanks for the great laugh, but try not to make me laugh so much, okay?
I wasn't trying to do anything of the sort!
Just kidding. I was just goofing around. By the way, do you know who I am? My name is Callisto Yu. And if you're telling the truth, then we were about to go head-to-head in court.
But of course. I've heard so much about you, Miss Yu.
But of course, I've heard so much about you. You're a regular Shakespeare.
Did I say something funny?
No, she did not do it. She's Diva. She's Diva. That's Mother. I love the implication that everyone related to Von Karma is made fun of relentless, as they should, as they deserve to be.
I'd like you to update me on the situation.
I don't really know anything. Why don't you try talking to those detectives over there?
If that's the case, then why are you here? What's so funny?
It's just that the way you speak is so tactless. The person I was going against in court only until a little while ago was just murdered. It's not like I could go back into the courtroom pretending as though nothing happened.
That's a good point. I apologize for asking such an insensitive question.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. Is he gonna laugh at me for showing my badge?
It is a shame that we will not be able to face each other. It was to be my first trial, too.
Oh, is that a declaration of war? How nice it is to be young and carefree.
Wait, how old are you, Diva?
Girl, you're 22! You just got out of college. You cannot be acting like that. And what a nice squeaky clean badge you've got there yourself. I'm jealous.
I'm sure its gleam will dull over time with experience.
Are you saying your reputation will also tarnish over time with it?
That's not what I meant!
Oh, you just can't avoid some things in life.
I'll never allow my badge or my reputation to become tarnished.
Girl, you can't make fun of how he speaks and then casually say declaration of war. She's funny. She's funny. All right, everyone say hi, Zaddy. Excuse me, but... who are you?
Detective Tyrell Bad. Homicide.
I was informed of the situation and came as quickly as possible. So how did you arrive and inspect the body before me?
Faraday requested for me to testify in the trial. Plain and simple.
Mr. Faraday requested that you be here. Actually, I could give him... We haven't used this one in a...
Bit right? I've already contacted HQ about the situation. I've got nothing to say to you, kid. Kid?
I'll have you know, I'm 11, so shut the fuck up. I'm Mr. Faraday's substitute in today's trial. Therefore, I insist that you update me on the situation. I can't back down here. I have a right to know.
Do I need to teach you a thing or two about how to talk to adults, kid?
Ugh. Is he threatening me? Oh! Is he going for his gun? It's just a mirror! How dare he trick me like that?
Faraday was stabbed to death with some kind of blade, and he had a gun in his hand. The other man, a Mr. Mackrell, was shot and killed. He was found holding a bloody knife in his hand. Was there anyone else who went
to defendant lobby number 2?
Yeah, that big lug over there. His name's Gumshoe. He was in charge of guarding the place. He's claiming that no one else entered the room. If that's the case...
Then they must have killed each other, correct?
Maybe. Or maybe I did it. I mean, my last name's literally Bad. Such impudence!
This guy is really testing my patience. Why was I not informed that you were going to testify in court?
Homicides aren't my only gig.
The Yatagarasu case is also one of my assignments.
So you were called upon to comment on the Yatagarasu's characteristics, in order to assess if Mr. Faraday really was a Yatagarasu or not?
Well, well. Looks like you just might have a brain after all in that head of yours, son. Son!
I'm not your son, Daddy! Miss Yu! There's someone here who wishes to see you! Who is it? A Kotopian Embassy staff member by the name of Manny Kochin. What's going on? Detective Bad and Miss Yu's moods just changed all of a sudden. Wait a second. Was it Manny Kochin? I'll be right there.
It's nice to see you again, Miss Yu.
Why are you here? I have no desire to ever see you again.
Now. Actually, wouldn't you mind stepping outside for a brief chat?
Fine. Let's go.
Bad. Von Karma. It's been a long time. I knew you would show up. You usually do when the Yatagarasu's involved, and I see this case as no exception. Do you know Detective Bad, sir?
Yeah.
He's like an old bloodhound that never leaves the scene of a crime. Gallagher? If only he would get a promotion and move on.
It's the crime scene where a detective is most useful and effective.
It's not like I don't know that. Moving on though, Bad. The man that just passed by. Was he not a suspect from the KG8 incident? So I was right. Just what is that man doing wandering around here? That's Faraday. I can't believe he let such an easy catch get away. Imbecile! I will prove his guilt in 3 minutes.
Von Karma, I think you've said enough for now. It's in poor taste to speak like that about the departed.
Very well. Back on topic, I'm placing Edgeworth in charge of the investigation here.
Objection! Papa! How can you place him in charge?
Franziska, what are you doing here?
I'm here for summer vacation. What else?
Franziska von Karma. So she's here on vacation from Germany. She's the daughter of Manfred von Karma and a student of his, who's also a kohai to me.
You're the one who's junior to me, and don't you forget it!
You're not conveniently avoiding the bar examination, are you?
If you were able to pass, then I'll absolutely have no trouble at all. I'll never allow myself to lose to you! Never!
Why does she always have to be this competitive?
It's you've heard of WLW MLM Solidarity. This is WLW MLM haterism.
Anyway, Papa, are you really assigning Miles Edgeworth to cover the case?
Yes,
I am. Why do you ask?
MLM WLW hostility. Thank you.
Well, you know, I'm close to becoming a prosecutor myself. Her whip is like a tiny little rod. And I'm 100% confident I can do a better job than him.
Wait, why is this so Alpha Glinda coded? Why is this like Alpha Glinda coded?
that's just like Franziska. There's no problem bad-mouthing someone right in front of her.
Bad.
Yeah?
These two will be conducting an investigation.
What? You want me to let both these kids loose on the crime scene?
This is a perfect opportunity for them to work on their prosecutorial skills.
A crime scene's not a place for children to be messing around in.
I'm the one with authority over this crime scene, Bad. I will not tolerate complaining. Bratworth, Franziska, I leave this case to the two of you. Understood,
Sir.
Yes, Papa.
I'll go and take care of the paperwork now. Remember, we'll accept nothing but the perfect report from the both of you. Do not disappoint me.
Hold up, Van Karma! I still have not agreed to this!
Miles Edgeworth.
It's been quite some time, Franziska.
This'll be the perfect chance for us to see which of us is truly worthy of the Von Karma name.
Could kill you to at least say hello.
Long time no see.
Very good.
You cannot be the one to tell her about manners when you literally got told twice by two different people it's rude to not introduce yourself. Just because you became a prosecutor first doesn't mean you can act all proud.
Yes. She hasn't changed a bit.
Miles Edgeworth! As I was saying, we shall see which one of us is worthy of the Von Karma name.
For crying out loud, I've been reduced to a babysitter.
Looks like Mr. Von Karma was successful in convincing the detective. It's just like him. He never fails. Now, I'd appreciate it if you could quickly run me through the facts, Detective Bad. "53. Eagle-eyed homicide detective is called in to be the expert witness on the Yatagarasu case.
24?
Manny Koken, Potapedian Embassy staff member. He was a suspect in the KG-8 incident.
13?
Franziska Von Karma, age 13. My mentor's daughter. Studying to be a prosecutor in Germany, back on break.
You're better off checking things out on your own. Very well.
Seems like getting help from Detective Bat would be a most arduous task. September 10th, 4:15 p.m. District Court. Defendant lobby, number 2.
Oh. They're like in love. They're in love. Look, it's BL.
Is the only real explanation that they killed each other simultaneously?
Miles Edgeworth! You should listen to someone until they're finished talking.
What are you talking about?
I'll only say it one more time. This is a competition to see who's truly worthy of the Von Karma name.
A competition?
The person that figures out the truth first wins.
So the person who doesn't discover the truth is a dishonor to the name?
Exactly! I don't care that you became a prosecutor before me. I simply refuse to hear any more foolish things come from your foolishly foolish mouth!
Fine. Whatever makes you happy.
Can I take that as you accepting my challenge?
Once again, whatever makes you happy.
Well then, let's begin the investigation, shall we? I'm going to find the perfect evidence and prettily present it like the professional that I am.
Competing to discover the truth behind a crime. How delightfully childish.
You kids over here, hold it! A kid!
Serves you right, Miles. He just called you a kid.
I said kids, kid.
How dare you call me a kid as well?
I'll do what I please, and I won't allow you to cause a ruckus on my crime scene. Hey, big guy, you're going to watch over these two. Yes, sir.
Detective Bat, sir! What do I say from now on? Do what I say from now on, okay, kids?
You'd better not get in our way, Scruffy. You'll feel the bite of my whip if you do.
Then you prosecutor boy, let's get your investigation started already, all right?
Great. Now even that detective is treating me like a child.
All right, it's time to get investigating. And a move on, prosecutor boy.
My name is Miles Edgeworth. And if you were to call me prosecutor boy one more time, it will be my duty as a prosecutor to look into your monthly salary.
What? And what do you do with my salary after you saw how much it was?
That's up to you now, isn't it?
Really? Oh, sounds good, pal.
He's so naive. Detective Bad, may I have a word with you?
What is it? It appears that both
A knife and a gun were used as murder weapons.
Yeah, it does. At least
Leads us to our first question of the investigation. Where did the men acquire the weapons?
the gun was inside of Faraday's bag. It was a piece of evidence that was presented in the trial earlier today. It was used to kill the Cotopian Embassy's staff member. But I never heard anything about the knife. Mr. Rell was being held by the police. There's no way he could have brought it in. Which means it's possible that the Faraday had the knife on him from the start as well. Could it have
Been a piece of evidence that had yet to be presented? Then, why doesn't Detective Bad know about it? Wait, what if? It's possible that Mr. Faraday brought the knife in under the guise of prosecutorial evidence. He could have then brought it out and attacked Mr. Rell with it.
Maybe you've got a brain in there after all, kid. Gah!
Is he gonna treat me like a child forever?
It looks like Mr. Faraday attacked Mr. Rell first, who then counterattacked. That's the only logical conclusion you can draw from a scene like this.
Yet, I feel that it's too early to be drawing conclusions already. I must first find conclusive evidence so as to protect the honor of the Von Karma name. Let me go ahead. I'm gonna attempt to put my standing desk down. I hope it doesn't kill my Wi-Fi. But if it does, at least I'm not talking or reading dialogue. I'm really gonna need to take some time to look at my standing desk setup and see what's causing all these problems. Hi Lyra, welcome in. There are some plastic bags stacked up on the table. There's a tea set too, but there doesn't seem to be any sign of a disturbance.
Yeah, the table's all neat and tidy. Maybe they were super quiet in their scuffle. After all, I didn't hear anything from out in the hallway, you know?
Maybe the plastic bags scattered on the floor are throwing us off. Detective Bad, do you have any thoughts on the case?
Faraday and Rell. Looks like they killed each other for me. Although, there are a few things that just don't seem right.
What would they be?
Why don't you try thinking on your own first before you bother me, boy?
What? Now I've been downgraded to just boy? He's what? Is he 19 in this case? How old is he here? Miles Edge.
How old is he in this? 20. He's 20.
Whoa! What is it, Detective Gumshoe? My TV at home is so tiny compared to this one, pal.
Then perhaps you should purchase a more normal-sized television like this one.
You can't just say that, Edgeworth. There's no way. This is so funny because I went to Costco yesterday, right? And I was so astounded at how you can get like a 50, 60-inch TV for like $200 now. Back then, like, you would pay thousands to get that size.
Oh, let me see here. Wow, that thing is huge! Ah! And way too noisy!
Oh my god, Gumshoe, Persona 4! Detective, Persona 4! You're the noisy one here, Scruffy.
Don't touch it. You'll get your fingerprints all over it. Brr,
I didn't touch it.
Preservation of the crime scene is the foundation of detective work. The foundation, huh?
Sounds like something the rookie here needs to shore up on.
The Midnight Channel's back? Exactly. I see. Man, I kind of want to get Persona 3, 4, and 4. I have 3 portable. I want to get Golden and Royal on my Switch. Especially now that I know that they'll transfer over to Switch 2. I see.
Did you figure something out?
This is a competition, Miles! And as such, I'd appreciate it if you didn't talk to me!
As you wish.
Hello, Moo. Hi. Hello.
Looks like Mr. Faraday fell on top of Mr. Rell. At first glance, it seems they must have killed each other. However...
Hello. Hi.
Using logic, the only logical conclusion is... Ha-ha! What was that outburst for? My detective's instinct just hit me real hard. It was Mr. Rell that fell first, see? You don't need a detective's instinct for that. It's common sense.
But I suppose we won't know much more than that until I examine the bodies. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Mr. Faraday. How ironic is it for him to lose his life in a courthouse?
Yeah, why'd it have to be like this? I don't know what to say. I can't believe this happened while I was on watch, pal.
Rather than beating yourself up, you should spend your time continuing the investigation. Didn't you become a detective in order to solve crimes?
Yeah.
Then get back to work. Find out the cause of this murder.
Right! I'm on it, pal! Looks like Mr. Faraday died while holding the gun in his right hand.
So he shot Mr. Rell and then fell on top of him while still gripping onto the gun?
I guess that does seem kind of strange, huh? I mean, why would Mr. Faraday know how to fire a gun?
It's not exactly rocket science. Even I know how to pull a trigger. Although I doubt I'll ever need to use one.
I hope I never have to fire a gun either, pal. But it sure does look cool to hold a gun in your hands.
It appears that the police's screening procedures need a thorough review. Anyway, I should jot down some notes about the handgun in Mr. Faraday's hand.
How are you doing this Sunday? Oh my god, I thought it was Saturday. I wish it was Saturday. I want another day to sleep.
First, he killed the Kotopian embassy staff member. Then he was murdered himself. This guy wasn't exactly an angel.
This guy wasn't exactly an angel, you know.
Oh? What makes you say that?
Well, he's been hauled into the precinct several times for theft and assault, pal. So yeah, he's definitely the type to have committed a murder or two.
Well, he did admit to killing Mr. Dade Man.
Hey, good point, pal. I knew my detective's intuition was telling me something.
Detective's intuition.
Yup. You know about it? It's a special feeling that all
We don't have time for this conversation right now. Let's return to the investigation. Why are there plastic bags scattered all around?
Those bags are for keeping evidence safe, pal.
I know that much, Detective.
You sure are good about this stuff, aren't you, pal?
Pull out that right shoulder. Pull out that left shoulder. Very slowly, very gently, let's pull out that neck. Take a deep breath in. Take a deep breath out. Let's go ahead and drink some water. Thank you for taking care of me. Was I muted for like super long? Oh my god! I was talking about my ADHD tangent. I was saying that the knife looks like a knife that you use to cut meat. And I really wanted meat and sushi because I just love food. How long was I muted? Oh no! All right, what else do I need to look for? Oh, the baggies.
His hand's all black down here, see? I wonder what it could be.
If you look closely, this blotching pattern resembles an ink stain.
An ink stain?
Yes, I usually get ink on my own hand when I use my feather pen.
A feather pen? I've never seen one before. Sure you aren't just making it up, pal?
Mr. Rell's cause of death was from being shocked, correct?
That's what we think, but it's hard to tell with him lying face down.
Death is bad enough, but it's truly lamentable that someone would try to hide the truth.
Are you sure they were trying to hide something?
Welcome in, Dainty Princess Alice. Thank you for the nice words. I can't confirm Mr. Rell's cause of death with his body positioned like that. Detective Bad, I'd like to examine the bodies in further detail if possible. What's this? You're not able to form a theory with them the way they are? I believe an examination of the bodies is vital to finding the perfect evidence, don't you? I suppose you do have a point. Well, hurry up and get on with it!
Labby.
Yes, sir! We've taken enough photos of the scene, sir!
And there you have it.
Do you not approve?
Of course not. What? Investigation of a crime scene is the work of a detective, so don't touch a thing. Hey, big fella, turn over the bodies for me, will you? Okay.
Please forgive me, Mr. Faraday, sir.
Gumshoe, do not get emotionally involved. Remember, you're detective. Yes, sir. Understood, sir.
Oh, you know what sounds so good? I'm thinking about the Schmeat skewers that I got. It's like $1 per skewer, so if I went, I could like just get some for myself and like, you know, stop myself after like $20. Chubby Skewer? You wanna go? You wanna go to Chubby Skewer after this?
There's a knife wound in his chest here, see?
I wonder if the wound matches the knife Mr. Rel's holding. You just bought groceries? But I'm hungry.
Labby.
Yes, sir. Verify now, sir.
Make it quick. From the look of things,
One could deduce that the knife Mr. Rel's holding is what killed Mr. Faraday. Shot in the chest.
It takes some guts to fire a gun in the courthouse. I mean, I've been a detective for a whole week and I still haven't fired a single round yet.
Well, how did the gun get in? Are there not metal detectors? There aren't any. Oh, it was the evidence. My bad. I remembered. Yeah. There aren't any burn marks on his clothes. That must mean
Wait, burn marks?
a round grows very hot as if it's discharged from a firearm. Therefore, burn marks are usually left when the shot is fired from the point-blank range. Ergo, Mr. Rel must have been shot from at least a yard or two away.
You sure do know about a bunch of neat stuff for your age, pal.
Apparently, this detective has much common knowledge as your everyday marsupial. Mr. Faraday's holding a gun in his right hand.
That's the one Mr. Rel got blown away by, right?
Labby, your answer?
Yes, sir. We found
The ballistic markings do match that gun.
Oh, ballistic markings are
Are the figurative fingerprints a gun leaves on a bullet when fired. Every gun leaves its own unique ballistic markings. Therefore, by looking at the markings on a bullet, you can tell which gun it came from.
Yeah, that's it. Of course, I already knew all about that, pal. I mean, I played Ace Attorney Dual Destinies.
Maybe you'd better get off going back to the academy.
Oh, come on, sir. Cut me some slack, will ya?
So the bullet that was fired from this gun is what felled Mr. Rel. Rella! Metaphor Refantasio! Lady Rella. There's nothing unusual about this area. It looks like Mr. Faraday was stabbed with this knife that Mr. Rel's holding.
Ouch! What's wrong, detective? My stomach started to hurt from thinking about being stabbed.
Just keep your mind on the case, all right? There's something in his breast pocket. It's a fountain pen.
Hey, you know, I always keep a pencil behind my ear. It's because Detective Bad is always telling me, you should always write your name on everything you own.
Yes, somehow you do strike me as quite a forgetful person.
Let us now try to understand how the two men died. First, Mr. Faraday took the gun and knife out from today's trial evidence. Then he aimed the gun at Mr. Rell and fired. However, Mr. Rell managed to grab the knife and counter Mr. Faraday while being shot. Then the two men fell together where they stood. That is my theory, in any case. What a crazy way to go! Still, something about that explanation just doesn't seem right. I believe I now have a firmer grasp on what's happened here.
Firmly grasp it.
Eureka! That splotch on Mr. Faraday's hand. I wonder if it might be the ink from his fountain pen. Oh, let's ask the lab guy.
Detective Gumshoe! I confirm that the substance on Mr. Faraday's hand is the ink from his fountain pen.
I see. Good work. No, I always wanted to say that, even if it was just one time in my life. Mr. Faraday wrote with his fountain pen in his left hand. I think it's fair to assume that he was left-handed. It appears that Mr. Faraday's pen is important to our case as well. Okay, if you say so, pal. There's a very tidy pile of plastic bags on the table, and yet a portion of them wound up scattered on the floor as well. It's not likely that the ones on the floor were knocked over during a struggle. In which case, might there not be another explanation as to how they got there? Another reason? I believe it's possible that the blood on the outside of the bag is related somehow. Please get that blood away from me, pal! Detective Gumshoe, whose blood is on this bag? Hold on. Let me ask the lab guy. All right, please hurry. Wait till you get a load of this, pal! It's Mr. Faraday's! Oh, and the technician said they didn't find anything else on the bag either. It would appear this bag is a very important piece of evidence. Okay, if you say so, I'll leave it in your hands, pal. There's some stuff in the bag, pal. I suppose this is Mr. Faraday's bag. It's probably the trial evidence I was supposed to collect from him. This is the evidence? Oh, I better not touch it. It'll leave prints on it. Do you just not pay attention to anything that you do? The TV's been left on. Why are you looking at me like that? It wasn't me. I didn't touch anything.
Gumshoe, you do know what will happen if you touch something again, right?
I won't touch anything! I won't even go anywhere near the TV, sir! And you! Get back to your investigation! Alright? I was planning to do so anyway. This decorative plant's foliage is quite nice. It's actually soothing to be around it. Perhaps I should purchase one for my room. It looks like the sofa's ready to be disposed of. Oh, it's so soft. I could sleep for all 25 hours of the day on this thing. If only I could dispose of him.
Why would you ever wanna? He's so dreamy.
The window's open and there's a fresh flowery scent in the air. Ugh! The flowers in the garden down there are so gross and ghastly. Do you think maybe you could try offering something useful for a change? Well, at least there's no way someone escaped through this window, pal. They wouldn't wake up and smell the flowers after a fall from the 3rd floor. Are you willfully ignoring the fact that there are also iron bars on the windows? Yeah, I guess there's that too. Either way, no one could get through these windows, right? They thought of everything when they were designing this courthouse. Very nice. I guess there's not much left to investigate, huh? They really did kill each other. No, we can't conclude that quite yet. There's still something I find very peculiar here. The theory that they simply killed one another is too simplistic in this case. In fact, there's actually a contradiction that shows there's another possibility. No way, pal! Really? I suppose I will just have to show you the contradiction in this crime scene.
Is the stab from the pen? Oh no, it's because he's holding the gun in his right hand and he's left-handed.
Eureka! Now we've come face to face with the contradiction I spoke of, and it is this! Mr. Faraday used his left hand to write with his new fountain pen. Ergo, he's left-handed. And yet the handgun is in his right hand! Don't you find it odd that the left-handed Mr. Faraday would hold the gun with his right hand? That, lady and gentlemen, is the great contradiction haunting this crime scene! Hey, you're right, pal! That does seem kinda strange! But how could something like that ever happen? The facts add up to one conclusion and one alone. Someone else put the gun in Mr. Faraday's hand after he died. Someone else?
I mean, he technically, in theory, could also have just been ambidextrous, but you know.
Plastic bags scattered on the floor and a gun in the wrong hand. I sense the presence of a shadowy figure behind this case. A person of vile intent who is serious about keeping the truth from us.
Investigation complete, baby.
This is what a superstar looks like.
September 10th, District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 2.
Here's the autopsy report.
It is probable that Mr. Rell survived for a short time after he was shot. However, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously from his stabbing. Interesting. It looks like we now know everything we need to know about this case.
Are you sure we know everything?
Of course! The incident began with Mr. Faraday attempting to get his revenge. prosecutor went into a rage from being accused and tried to kill the defendant. But the defendant fought back and they ended up killing each other. It's all very clear and simple. There's absolutely no margin for doubt.
Do you really believe that to be the truth?
Are you saying that just because I figured out the truth before you, that you don't want to believe it's true? It's all right. If you disagree with my argument, then prove me wrong. Well, if there's any contradictions to be found, that is.
Oh, don't worry, I will.
Mr. Faraday's death was instantaneous, while Mr. Rel survived for a short time. From this, it's obvious that Mr. Faraday died after he shot Mr. Rel. And Mr. Rel, while on the brink of death, stole Mr. Faraday's knife and stabbed him. Those are the facts of this case.
Mr. Faraday's death was instantaneous. Therefore, he must have attacked first. Proving that logic to be false is probably the fastest way to show her that she's wrong. In that case, I should first look for any holes in her theory.
Hold it!
You truly believe that Mr. Faraday died instantaneously?
I have the murder report right here. Mr. Faraday died instantaneously of shock due to being stabbed in the chest. There, you see? It's been documented clear as day. Ah!
Hold it!
Mr. Faraday shot Mr. Rel before he died? Do you have any basis for that statement?
Your foolishness has no end, does it? Now, I hate to repeat myself. However, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously. That's all the basis I need.
All right, so if Mr. Faraday died instantaneously, then he must have attacked Mr. Rel before being stabbed.
You're finally beginning to catch on, I see.
Hold it!
So you believe that the dying Mr. Rel stole the knife from Mr. Faraday?
Mr. Rel became desperate as he did not want to die. Human beings can do amazing things when they're put to the test. So the two men struggled. And in the end, Mr. Rel was able to grab the knife and stab Mr. Faraday. The messy condition of this room is a testament to their struggle. Yes, my logic is perfectly sound.
Can you really say that it's perfect?
What are you insinuating?
Nothing. However, I can't let what you said slide by without further inquiry. One must be clear and precise, so if you could append that statement of your testimony.
Fine.
Mr. Rel used the last of his strength to counterattack Mr. Faraday.
Hold it!
About this statement.
Mr. Rel used all of his remaining strength to take the knife and defend himself. One can easily see they had a violent struggle. Of course, it's nothing compared to what my riding crop can do.
How does one compare the damage her crop can do with the state of this room?
Furthermore, all the plastic bags on the floor in this room were scattered there due to the fight. Is there anything else I can explain for you?
No, that'll be fine.
Hold it!
Claiming speculation as fact already, don't you feel that the evidence is a bit lacking?
You'll find all the evidence you need just by looking around this room. Mr. Faraday collapsed on top of Mr. Rel. In addition, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously, making a counterattack impossible. Furthermore, the room is a total mess from their fight. I dare say that there's more evidence here than you can whip a whip at.
Looks like she's becoming more and more confident, huh? And looking at this place, she might have a right to be. After all, everything here seems to support her theory.
It looks like you're starting to see my point, huh? I've as good as won our little competition.
There's something strange about Franziska's theory. I should compare her claim with the data that I've gathered this far. I just know there's a contradiction somewhere.
Time for me to use my brain.
Hold it!
Wait, no, I don't want that. I don't want that. I don't want that. Discovered immediately after a gunshot was heard. Faraday died of a knife stab to the chest. The shock from the stabbing caused instantaneous death. Rel died of a bullet wound to the chest. There's no gunpowder burn on his clothes, suggesting he was shot from a few yards away. It's possible that he was alive for a little while after being shot.
Objection!
Nice! First try!
If the two men were fighting, their struggle would have surely caused quite a bit of noise. However, Detective Gumshoe testified that he heard absolutely nothing.
You place too much faith in that detective's testimony, you know. Not for the sake of an argument. Let's say there wasn't a fight. How then did Mr. Rel get his hands on the knife?
Faraday's bag was sitting right here in lobby number 2. It's not hard to imagine that perhaps Mr. Rel saw a chance and took it out at some point.
So, what you're saying is this. Mr. Rel took a chance when he saw the opportunity and took the knife from the bag. And then Mr. Faraday shot Mr. Rel after being stabbed?
Isn't there something strange in Franziska's statement just now? Wait, something doesn't add up.
Oh, really?
It's simply not possible for Mr. Faraday to have shot Mr. Rel after being stabbed.
Take that!
No. No.
Let me go back. Let me go back. Let me go back. I need to save before every single choice. I feel so stupid.
Objection!
Okay, let me save my game now. There we go. Oh, instantaneous, instantaneous.
Take that!
Duh. Wait, does the take that sound younger? Hold on. I must investigate. I must hear it. Why is the loading so slow? I gotta sit here.
Take that!
No, it's the same. It's the same. A According to the coroner's report, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously, meaning that he died immediately upon being stabbed by the knife. Ergo, he could not possibly have fired the gun after that.
Ooh, you got me.
But of course,
Well then, if the report is correct, then there's only one correct explanation. If we suppose that Mr. Rel attacked first, then Mr. Faraday, who died instantaneously, would have been unable to kill Mr. Rel. Therefore, Mr. Rel must have stabbed Mr. Faraday after he was shot. Then they both died. That's the only explanation that makes logical sense.
negating your opponent's ideas in order to prove your own theory. I see you've been studying, Francisca.
I just wanted to explain it to you as simply as possible. Before you foolishly propose a foolish theory that only a foolish fool like you could.
How naive of you to believe that only your opinions are valid. And still expect to discover the truth that the crime scene offers you. Francisca, you've still got a ways to go.
What are you talking about? Are you saying there's a flaw in my logic?
Mr. Faraday died instantly. And the fact that he did is what gives rise to the contradiction in this scene. Let me get this straight. What you are arguing is this. Mr. Faraday took the gun from his evidence bag and shot Mr. Rel. Then, the wounded Mr. Rel found an opportunity to take the knife and strike back. Upon being stabbed, Mr. Faraday died on the spot and Mr. Rel died thereafter. If that's the case, then how do you explain this? Take a good look at the order in which their bodies are piled.
No!
Mr. Faraday's body is lying on top of Mr. Rel's. Therefore, Mr. Rel must have died before Mr. Faraday!
Impossible!
Yes, I agree, it seems strange no matter what angle you approach it from. Which means that the real mystery behind this crime scene that we must solve is...
No! Not so fast, Miles Edgeworth!
What now?
I simply think that you ought to think a bit more outside the box. And that it's even clearer now that the incident started with Mr. Faraday's murderous intent.
She sure bounced back quickly. An explanation won't be enough this time. It's going to take some very decisive evidence to prove her wrong. What happened? Part 2.
It was just chance that Mr. Faraday's body fell on top of Mr. Rel's. The two bodies fell into a pile, which indicates that they attacked each other at the same time. It really doesn't matter in the slightest that they fell in the opposite order.
I just know that Francisca's explanation isn't absolutely correct. All I have to do is find a hole in her logic. Once I do, then I can present her with the evidence that proves the contradiction.
Hold it!
Objection!
About that,
Pressing someone's testimony in order to gain some time to think. You're a real one-trick pony, aren't you? It's too bad your trick only works on fools.
that wasn't my intent. I simply wish for more details as to how Mr. Faraday ended up on top of Mr. Rel.
Someone's impatient. I was just about to explain everything to you. So do you think you can hold on for a minute?
Ah! Francisca, I'll make you a deal. I'll hold on if you hold on to that whip of yours.
Oh, I'll hold on to it, all right, as I whip you!
Ah!
Well, now that you've quieted it down a bit, I'd like to continue if you don't mind.
Hold it!
The two fell on top of each other. Don't you find that to be just a bit strange?
Not at all.
Ah! I can see it in her eyes. She's dead set against me from the bottom of her heart.
Miles Edgeworth, once I'm done here, you'll see that there's nothing strange at all. Now then, the two men fell into a pile.
Hold it!
What do you mean by they attacked each other at the same time?
I assume Mr. Faraday had two different weapons in his hands. He made to attack Mr. Rel while holding both the knife and the revolver. And then, after Mr. Faraday fired the gun, Mr. Rel grabbed the knife as he was falling and stabbed Mr. Faraday. That is how Mr. Rel ended up on the bottom with Mr. Faraday on top. At close range, that is more than possible.
Yes, it's possible, but...
Well, if you have any other ideas, then show me what you've got!
Oh, I will. And to that extent, I'd like for you to append what you just said to your testimony.
I don't see any point to that, but as you please. What?
Objection!
No. So you believe they killed each other at close range? Sorry, but that's impossible. Just as it's written in the crime scene notes. The firing of the handgun did not leave a gunpowder burn on Mr. Rel's clothes. Therefore, Mr. Rel and the gun must have been separated by distance of at least 2 or 3 yards.
Ah!
Yes, this is by far the biggest contradiction. The two bodies are piled on each other, yet the gun was fired from a distance. And with there being no chance that Mr. Rel moved that far after being shot, that leaves only one possible explanation.
What a completely foolishly line of foolish thought from a thoroughly foolish fool! If I'm not right, then who was it that made the first move with the intent to kill, huh? Who?
The person that attacked first with the murderous intent? That would be here in this room. Contradictions appear no matter which man we claim attacked first. Thus, there can only be one explanation. There was a third person here!
Ah!
It was that third person who killed both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rel, and set their bodies up to make it look like a double murder. That third person is the real culprit!
Miles Edgeworth, there's just one thing you're missing!
Evidence, correct?
Exactly. Everything you've said until now is nothing but a story played out in your head. However, this is where the real test begins. Can you prove there was a third person involved in this crime?
Of course.
Hold on. Hold on before you say that.
If a third person was truly here, that fact would resolve the glaring contradiction. The proof that this has been a setup, made to look like they killed each other. I'll present it, and lay bare the final piece of the puzzle that's not yet in place. What's the piece of evidence that proves there's a third person involved? Oh, I didn't look at this. This blood here is from Mr. Faraday, but there are no other clues to be found. Which begs the question, do I need to put this bag inside another bag in order to preserve it as evidence?
Take that!
The gun in Mr. Faraday's hand and the plastic bag with his blood in it. These two items point to the presence of a third person.
How so?
Recall Detective Gumshoe's testimony.
I was in the hallway this whole time, but I didn't hear a single peep of a struggle.
If there wasn't a struggle in this room, then there shouldn't be any plastic bags on the ground. Meaning that someone else must have deliberately scattered them around. Do you not see the possibility in this? Disregarding the gun for the moment, there's a high probability of blood splatter when a knife is used on a person. If the culprit held the knife with a plastic bag around it, they could use the bag to catch any blood splatter from when they withdrew the knife. Then, by spreading a few more plastic bags around, mixing the bloody one in with them, and arranging the room to make it look like there was a struggle between the two, they were able to conceal their presence.
Looks like we've still got a long way to go in this investigation. Yes.
Objection!
Oh, is this Diva?
What the heck's up with you, pal?
Mr. Bad, I advise you to place Detective Gumshoe under... What? Under arrest.
What?
What's the meaning of this?
Looks like you're not man enough to discipline your own subordinates.
Don't you dare!
That detective claims he was there, standing in front of the door the entire time. But I have it in good authority that it was all a giant lie. Miss Yu, I ask that you please explain the last statement.
I'll let His Honor explain it himself.
I saw it with my own eyes, I tell you. During the recess, there was a period of time when there was no one in the hallway. What?
See, Mr. Bad? So I ask you, why would a detective, who was supposedly doing his job the whole time, want to fabricate such a lie?
Gumshoe, did you kill Faraday?
No! Of course not, sir. It would
appear the one who set this whole crime scene up is that detective, which basically renders his testimony a complete lie and wholly invalid. It looks like your perfect logic has just come tumbling down, Miles.
I was in the hallway the whole time, but I didn't hear a single peep of the struggle.
Was that statement really a lie?
Detective Gumshoe, you're now a suspect in the murder of 2 men. Now spit out the truth, or so help me.
I haven't lied to anyone, sir. Honest. I was really there. I was in the hallway the whole time.
Hold it!
Detective Bad, I ask that you please do not act without my permission. After all, I am the one heading up this investigation. Am I not?
Don't talk like you know what's going on, boy. All I want is
For this investigation to run perfectly.
Perfection's the only wish of a disciple of Avant Karma, after all.
Therefore, before you take Detective Gumshoe into custody, I don't know why I can't say detective today. Before you take Detective Gumshoe into custody, I'd like you to set the record straight on something.
And what's that?
What should I ask Detective Gumshoe about?
Excuse me! Hello, hello, hello. Thank you so much for the raid. Hi, hey, gamers. If you guys are new here, it's nice to meet you all. My name is Kieran. I am a magical boy idol VTuber, as well as a queer Filipino-American voice actor for animation, anime, and video games. If you guys like Fire Emblem, I provide the English voices for Sane and Rickard in Fire Emblem Heroes. If you guys are watching anime,
I play Percival in the 7 Deadly Sins or Knights of the Apocalypse.
I play Takuma Shippo in the regular at Magic High School.
if you guys are watching ReZero, I play Roy Alphard. And if you guys like Yaoi or Boys Love, I play Koichi Mizuki in The Titan's Bride. How was your stream? What were you guys up to today? What were you doing?
For the next 13 hours of grind of subathon. Also because the first word in my name, right? Yeah. Yeah. So okay, let's watch this since you guys are all back. Just call me yours. Dang. Not after you telling me that you're gonna be eating brownies with your boyfriend. At least it isn't I from my own user. I drink gasoline. Okay. Hello, I. Oh, hey, there's hot style.
Say it. I need to clean my clips. No, it's okay. Tell me that I'm yours then, huh? I'm yours. Welcome in, Kizmi. Welcome in, Miltsy. Welcome in, Bean Stream Corner. Welcome in, G Stardust and Ichang and Yeno and Miss Annie and everyone else from Kizmi's community. Thank you guys for the raid. If you guys need to go, please make sure you take care of yourselves. Go drink some water. Give yourself a nice stretchy. And don't forget to take your meds if you need to. And thank you guys for helping me reach 5,100 constellations to Akira and Miltsy and Beans and Theonal. Yeah, if you guys gotta run, go do what you gotta do. I was just doing stream tech stuff while chatting today. I know that you have been experiencing like really bad like burnout and ADHD and all that stuff. I just need you to know that like that's me every day too. So you are not alone. I'm totally with you there. I've been having pretty bad ADHD right now too, especially because I just saw Wicked and it's literally all I can think about at the moment. But yeah, we're currently playing Ace Attorney Investigations, so if you guys want to hang out, I'd love the company. Otherwise, if you gotta go do what you gotta do. And yeah, thank you guys for the raid. Bing bong. And welcome in, Anime Gamer. I just need to have tiny bits of food from time to time because when my blood sugar is low, my ADHD is so bad. Oh my god, really? I wonder if that's like a thing. You're one of the first to immediately get my name right, Theo. Yeah, it's like Theo and then Axolotl. Yasmin, thank you for the care package. Everyone, we're gonna go ahead and do a group stretch. So if you want to join me, let's go ahead and stand up from our seats. We're gonna go ahead and twist our bodies to the left. Let's twist our bodies to the right. Let's stretch our arms straight up to the sky. Let's roll out that right shoulder. Let's roll out that left shoulder. Let's very slowly, very gently, let's roll out that neck. Take a deep breath in. Take a deep breath out. Very slowly, very gently, let's go drink some water. Thank you for taking care of me. There's a psychologist, Dr. Russell Barkley, who specializes in ADHD. He recommends sipping on sugary beverages throughout the day rather than finishing it up in one big... Oh. Ooh, I should try that. I mean, I am someone who loves to drink boba all the time. But, wow, yeah, if you're looking into more of that stuff, I would love for you to share your resources with me. I mostly try to manage it by, like, just taking Adderall, which, like, it kind of helps, but then sometimes it's just, like, my ADHD just ADHDs, you know? But, yeah, no, thank you so much for the raid. I really, really appreciate it.
What should I ask Detective Gumshoe about?
Oh, you're on Ritalin? Yeah, I'm on Adderall XR. So it's like the one where you take it in the morning and then it's like slow acting, so it doesn't really work right away. It's supposed to last you the entire day. So I have to take it in the morning because if you take it past like 12, you're gonna like stay up the entire day, like past midnight and stuff. But I also, if I take it like right at 8 o'clock when I'm going to work, it doesn't work right away. So then it's like, what's the point, right? And it really depends. Sometimes I get them in like 5 milligram pills, but then like usually my average is like 2 to 3. But sometimes it really doesn't. It's not enough. But I also don't want to take too much because like here in the States, it's like super controlled, so you can only get enough for 30 days supply at a time, and like it's $60 US to get them. So like I have to ration everything out.
Detective Gumshoe, why were you missing from the hallway for a span of time? Look, pal! Like I said, I was there the whole time, okay? But there's testimony against you that...
Miles Edgeworth! Why are you wasting our time with a completely useless question? The only logical reason as to why he was absent is that he was busy committing the crime! Anyone who says otherwise is a fool!
Yeah. Maybe I should ask about something else. Detective Gumshoe, I take it that no one else was in that hallway at any time, correct? Huh? No, of course not, pal. You're being awfully defensive. Might you be hiding something from me? A secret that you might be.
Move, I'm gay.
Watch your mouth, pal! It's not like I want to press my mouth against yours, pal! You can't go around saying stuff like that about me without any evidence, huh? Why don't you just press your lips against mine and maybe we could just...
Beans, thank you so much for subscribing and joining the Superstar Sub Club. Thank you for producing me, Rodiu-san. Wow, BL. Yeah, don't you know, Tease Me? Ace Attorney is like the biggest BL series ever. It's the best yaoi game, surpassing Dramatical Murder.
I suppose you're right. I have no evidence at that point.
Miles Edgeworth! How could you be losing a battle of wits with this detective?
I did not know. Oh, here. So, this is the most famous ship in the entire Ace Attorney franchise. It's very important that you're very aware of the the pioneering ship of me and Phoenix Wright, obviously. I've been sleeping on Ace Attorney. Yeah, look. It's canon, look.
Miles Edgeworth, how could you be losing a battle of wits with this detective? You're a disgrace!
Maybe I should ask about something else. I suppose the one thing I'd like clarified is Detective Gumshoe's motive for committing this crime.
Motive, huh? Gumshoe, you've got a grudge against Faraday or anything?
No, sir! Not me! Not a single bad thing against Mr. Faraday, sir!
Is that a fact?
Objection!
You really have a problem with lying, don't you, Detective Gumshoe?
I'm telling you, I am not lying!
The more unnatural you act, the more suspicious you become, you know.
If you want a motive, Edgeworth, I have one for you right here.
Could you please share it with us? However, be forewarned that I won't hesitate to object to flights of fancy. Because all I'm interested in is the perfect explanation.
You're serious, aren't you?
Okay, this is totally me, just in my wicked mode. Does this character not look like she would totally be played by Michelle Yeoh? Does this diva just not give off Michelle Yeoh energy? Like, it's not just me, right? Please tell me that you guys think it too.
Fine. You amuse me, so I'll humor you with a little courtroom practice. It was about a week ago. I saw the detective get chewed out by a livid Faraday in front of the precinct. He stood there super pale as Mr. Faraday yelled, "That's a salary cut from you, you nitwit." A brand new detective suddenly getting his salary cut. That's reason enough for a grudge. Well, how's that for the perfect explanation?
I guess maybe if, like, a younger actress played her. I don't know. I still think Michelle Yeoh would slay as her.
You totally misunderstand me, pal. No matter how mad I get, I could never hold a grudge.
Quiet. We can't trust anything you say.
Oh, sure. There's nothing wrong with the motive she proposed, per se. But there are some gaps in her logic that need to be filled in. Miss Yu's perfect explanation may not be so perfect after all. Hold it! A week ago, then you and Detective Gumshoe are acquaintances.
No way. I only met him in person today.
Then how did you know about Detective Gumshoe?
Oh, I read a lot of BL, you know. I love the ones with big, beefy men. But I've also seen him around before. In my BLs, of course.
Hold it!
Mr. Faraday was upset.
Yeah. You know what else? Mr. Faraday isn't exactly known to get angry often.
But there he was, totally beat red in the face!
And the offending detective just stood there, pale as a ghost, like he was about to die.
Just like the face he's making now, right?
Completely innocent, I tell you. The poor man.
It was quite the scene with the detective.
Hold it!
You just stood there, watching this unfold in front of you?
Yeah, I have to say it was really enjoyable too. But that's why when I saw Detective Gumshoe earlier, I knew to steer clear of him.
No way! I thought it was because I had something stuck on my face!
But you do!
Huh? What I've got stuck on my face?
Let's start with your eyes, nose, mouth. Oh, and those ridiculous eyebrows.
Oh my god, she was like gonna quote Taeyang.
Huh?
Oh man, messing with your head is just too much fun.
Miss Yu? If you don't mind, I'd like to return to your testimony now.
Sure, why not?
Hold it!
To cut a new detective's salary right off the bat like that.
I'm not really familiar with the way you guys relate, but is that a common practice?
Speaking of cutting my salary, didn't you threaten to do that to me earlier too? I suppose I did.
It's only natural to cut a worthless detective's salary down to their actual worth. My father can even fire anyone, new or old, with a snap of his fingers. You think there's maybe a reason enough for detectives to hate you people?
Well, I guess. They really shouldn't cut people's pay.
Detective Bad. Don't tell me. Mr. Von Karma cut your salary earlier?
Hold it!
You call your explanation perfect?
Is it not to your liking?
Unfortunately for you, it's just not up to my standards.
Oh, is there something you want me to clarify in that case?
What should I do?
Should I raise an objection? Yes, always do that. Always do that. But first I gotta save my game.
Alright, if you could clear this one thing up for me. Oh. You still haven't explicitly established how Mr. Faraday was killed.
Objection!
Going senile already, Miles. Mr. Faraday was stabbed to death with a knife.
Ah! Not that. What I'm.
That's why I saved my game.
Actually, allow me to ask the detective directly. What was your relation to Mr. Faraday? Mr. Faraday was in charge of training rookie detectives to testify in trials. I met him on the very first day I entered the criminal affairs department, pal. Oh? I had no idea Mr. Faraday was so involved.
Faraday. He may look like an easygoing guy, but he's actually a bit of a nut for strict discipline and manners. Guys like Gumshoe tended to rub him the wrong way.
There. Now you know how the detective and Mr. Faraday were related.
G Stardust, thank you for following and joining the Konstellations. Welcome in.
Happy now?
No, wait!
You said you only had one thing to ask, right?
No!
Every time I play this game, it never fails to make me feel stupid.
I understand Detective Gumshoe's potential motive for killing Mr. Faraday. However, what about his motive for killing Mr. Rel?
His motive for killing Rel? Like I would know.
If there was no clear motive for the both of the murders, then I doubt this incident would have occurred. Wouldn't you agree? Is there anyone else who might have had a grudge against either of the two men? Or should we look into that ourselves?
Oh, in that case, I have absolutely no idea.
What? But that's impossible. She must know something.
Wait. Can you please not glare at me like that? It makes me laugh.
Didn't even do anything and you're already laughing away.
Well, anyway, the way I see it, as long as he had a motive to kill one of the two, this crime would have played out the way that it did anyway.
Oh? Would you care to explain your logic? And this time, please, try to provide a truly perfect explanation.
Perfect this, perfect that. Stop being so uptight, or is that a requisite trait for being a Von Karma? Miles Edgeworth, I demand you shut this rude woman up.
I wish you both be quiet for just 1 second.
Oh well, I guess I'll just have to explain it to you kids.
Girl, you're like 2 years older than him.
There's no one out there with a motive to kill both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rel. All you really have to establish is that someone had a grudge against one of the two men. Mr. Rel, who happened to be there, became a witness to Mr. Faraday's murder. Therefore, he was killed out of necessity, and to set up to look like they have killed each other.
I wonder if that's really true. Is there no one out there with a grudge against both men? I should take another hard look at the evidence for this morning's case. Wait. Huh?
Oh, isn't it? It's him, Manny Cochin.
The second KG-8 incident, as people are calling it, involving an embassy staff member and the two men who both wound up as suspects in the case. Is there someone else I'm overlooking who's somehow related to them?
Hold it!
So there's no one else who might have had a grudge against both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rel?
I suppose no one is a bit of a stretch. But I'm pretty sure no one like that was here in this courthouse today.
She's lying through her teeth. We just saw someone like that here earlier.
Besides, you don't need to prove that the killer had a grudge against both men.
Objection! Miss Yu, I believe there's someone you overlooked in making your statement. Or rather, is it because you'd rather not bring this person up?
What do you mean?
We're looking for someone with a reason to kill both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rel. I can think of at least one person who fits that bill. He was the suspect in the original KG-8 incident. And a member of the Kotopian embassy staff, Mr. Manny Cochin. That's right. The very man who came to visit you earlier out in the hallway. The man who killed a member of the Kotopian embassy staff, Mr. Rel. and the man who was the lead prosecutor of the KG-8 incident, Mr. Faraday. Are you telling me that Mr. Kochin has no reason at all to kill both of these men?
Well, I suppose he might have a reason or two.
You covered for me, pal! Oh. You think I might be in love with you, dude? Maybe you're not such a bad guy after all. Don't get ahead of yourself. You're still a suspect, so make no mistake about that. The perfect evidence, the perfect testimony. These are the only things that I wish to hold. But I didn't do it! You will stay under my authority and go investigate Mr. Manny Kochin for me. And remember, I will not be very forgiving should any of this leak.
Hold it! You want to investigate Kochin? You'd just be wasting your time.
And why is that?
Also, bad song. Oh, did you really like Investigations, Yano?
Kochin was up in the viewing gallery watching the trial. Or so I was told.
What?
Every cop in this place has been keeping an eye on this guy since he arrived.
Then the only real suspect we have is still Detective Gumshoe.
I suppose so.
Oh, it's not surprising. I think everyone has said that Investigations 2 is like peak of the series. Besides Great Ace Attorney, of course.
Suppose so. No way! Come on, Detective Bad! You gotta believe in me, sir! I really was in that hallway the whole time, sir! I never took a single step into this room, sir!
Okay, then you're saying there was someone else who passed through the hallway? I?
No. There was no one else, sir.
Then why should I believe you didn't do it?
That is one
Incredibly foolish detective. Standing right in front of a crime scene all by himself. It's as good as a confession of guilt.
I have to admit it's a bit strange. Most criminals will fabricate some sort of lie to escape their crimes. And if that detective really wanted to prove that he is innocent, you'd think he would at the very least offer up I spaced out while on duty or the like.
Come on, Gumshoe. Time for your interrogation.
Oh, Detective Bad.
Bye, Daddy. Miles Edgeworth, I will go ahead and report this to Papa.
And that, as they say, is right. Right, everyone? Merry Christmas.
Well, I suppose we should both be getting back to our real jobs now, huh?
No. Before we do, Miss Yu, there's something I'd like to speak with you about.
What is it?
To set these two men up and make it look like they killed each other. If there's one thing I cannot forgive, it's the desecration of the dead.
So, what did you want to ask me about?
The current case of the murdered Kodopian embassy staff member. I've heard that people have begun calling it the second KG-8 incident.
Only among you law enforcement types. And what about it?
I'd like for you to tell me everything you know about the original KG-8 incident.
I'm afraid I can't help you. I don't know anything beyond what was reported in the papers.
No, I believe you know much more, since you are directly tied to the KG-8 incident.
I'd appreciate it if you stopped with the false accusations. Baseless outbursts are useless both inside and outside the courtroom, don't you know?
I do. But I also know that I do have a leg to stand on here.
Think you can stop making that ultra serious face in front of me?
If you could please stop laughing for just 1 second. I'm not gonna make any headway like this. I'm just going to have to show her exactly how related to the KG-8 incident she is.
I can't believe her character trait is that like she looks like a diva, but then like she just starts snort chuckling. Oh, see you!
Miss Yu, I believe I have proof of your connection to the KG-8 incident.
That file is your proof? Very well then. Why don't you tell me exactly how I'm related to the KG-8 incident?
Your connection to the KG-8 incident is through the victim! The victim's name is CCU. You will note that she is the same last name as you. Can you really still tell me with a straight face that you are not related to this case?
Sorry, but we're not related.
What?
Just kidding. You asked that the question with such a serious look on your face.
But I couldn't help but...
She's like, it's giving Yukiko. It's like when Yukiko like starts laughing in Persona 4 and then it's like that like like the Justin Bieber, I love how you laugh.
Miss Yu, I ask that you please tell me the truth.
All right. I'll tell you everything that I know. As you guessed, the one who reported the smuggling activities of the Yamano group was my sister, CCU.
As I thought.
And she was killed right before she was to testify at the impending trial. By Manny Kochin. But because he was tried once and was acquitted, he gets to live out the rest of his cushy life, completely carefree.
All because of a lack of evidence.
No, I heard that the evidence to convict him did exist.
What?
I heard it from Mr. Faraday himself after Mr. Kochin's trial was over. Apparently, a man in black made off with the most important piece of evidence.
The evidence had been tampered with?
Isn't it just like a criminal to do something like that? The smuggling ring being run out of the Amano group by one of its secretaries. They bailed Mr. Kochin out. Turns out they were in league with each other all along. How big was that
smuggling ring? Was it a large operation?
I don't really know. Which is why I wanted to become the lead defense on this case that people are calling the second KG-8 incident. But I haven't learned anything new at all. I was probably expecting too much, I know.
You mean you think this case has nothing to do with the smuggling ring?
I don't know what to think.
Why did Mr. Cochin want to meet with you earlier?
Actually, he came to watch the trial. Apparently, he'd only found out that I was the defense lawyer on this case after he'd arrived. He figured he should say hi and one other thing. Looks like you couldn't resolve anything this time either. Too bad.
What's that supposed to mean?
The BGM, the Ace Attorney's music is always really good.
Oh boy, stop it with the scary face already! I'm fine, really. I gave him a good slap across the face.
The way she talks about slapping him as she laughs away is kind of creepy.
But it's just as Mr. Bad said. He's not related to the double murder. I asked around and people in the gallery claim that he was in his seat the entire time. Talk about cruel fate. Well, this is about all I know. Sorry. Guess I wasn't much help, huh?
That's not true. I'm sorry I made you recall such a painful time in your life.
Edgeworth, you're too serious for your own good. You really need to learn to relax. We wouldn't want you to die of stress, would we?
Thank you for the advice, but there's no need to worry. I work in my own way, and I will catch this criminal in my own way as well. You'll see.
Look at you with your game face on, ready to go.
I'm making no such face!
You know, laughter's the best medicine. Edgeworth, don't you get tired of making such a serious face all the time?
I'm charged with making sure that all the criminals of this world are found guilty. I have no need for laughter.
There you go, making that face again. Oh well, I've got to get going. I still have a few loose ends I need to tie up.
The KG-8 incident and this murder investigation. It is my belief that these two cases are related to each other somehow. Plus, that detective, Dick Dreamy, Detective Gumshoe. It's obvious he's lying, even though the lie is hurting his chances. Clearly, this case is far from over. Whether or not that detective is the murderer can only be determined once I've completed my perfect investigation. Mr. Von Karma, I swear to uphold your honorable name, or my name isn't Miles Edgeworth.
All right. We are in the middle of the case. I'm going to keep on going, but I'm going to take a quick little break because I want to make myself like some salad right now. So if you guys need to, go ahead and take a second to give yourself a stretch, go use the bathroom, go get some snackies, go do what you got to do. And when we come back, we will continue on with the investigation. Sound good, guys? BRB.
All right, we're back. I missed some good snackies. Welcome back. Thank you. I had leftover Costco hot dog, and then I have a Honey Crisp apple. Oh my god, did I tell you guys? So, a lot of you guys know my favorite apple's Fuji apples, right? But then Hiro showed me this website that like ranks different apples, and that website said that Fuji was so bad, right? It hated Fuji. And then like I was like, well, I love Fuji. I grew up eating Fujis all the time. And then apparently like one of the top rated apples on that website is Honey Crisp apples. So I went to the market last week and I decided to get myself some Honey Crisps. And they're pretty good. I don't dislike Fujis anymore, but like I do like Honey Crisps. So I think I might get more of these sometime in the future. Because they are like a little good snack to like keep me energized and like continuing streaming. But yeah, thank you guys for the welcome back. September 10th, 4:15 p.m. District Court, 3rd floor, lobby. Hold on. Sir? Sir, what is to become of the trial in the Kotopian Embassy staff member's murder?
Indeed. Since both the suspect and the prosecutor are now dead, the case will be dismissed. In other words, the trial here ends prematurely.
Looks like you'll have to wait a bit longer for your big debut, huh?
I suppose it can't be helped.
The evidence for this trial will be transferred to you in a little while.
Sir, what do you think about the murder of the Cotopian Embassy staff member? And the murders of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell?
What an outrageous circus it has all become. Faraday brought it all upon himself with this naivete. Outrageous circus.
Right, sir. I grow
weary of this topic, Edgeworth. I will have you assigned to a different case.
Papa, you'll come and watch my courtroom debut next, won't you?
I'll consider it. Sir.
If I may, please allow me to continue with my investigation. Whatever
for? I know that there's already a suspect
in the murder of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell. However, there's not enough evidence to prove that he is the one who committed the crime. I'd like to continue investigating in order to find out the perfect proof of his guilt. The
perfect proof? Don't make me laugh! A worthless person like you has no right to claim such thing as perfection!
Papa? Who do you think is the real culprit behind these murders? Miles and we're competing to see who can find the real killer first. Plus, being able to investigate a real crime scene's a really rare opportunity. It would give us some real-life experience, wouldn't you agree?
You want to investigate this case that much, and do as you wish. Then, you're allowing us to continue. In court, your top priority is to win, and a solid investigation is one of the keys to winning. We have to make sure you become recognized as a first-rate prosecutor, don't we? It wouldn't be very interesting otherwise. I'm returning home now. Bratworth, Francisca, see to it I'm not disturbed, save for the results of your competition. Yes, sir.
Of course, Papa.
Francisca, thank you.
What are you thanking me for? Your logic earlier was built on that scruffy detective's lie. That means the competition is still on.
Yes, just as you wished.
I couldn't let you get off so easily. Now then, let's see how well you fare on the investigation from here on, Miles Edgeworth.
I know I don't have enough information yet. So my first order of business will be to question anyone involved with this case. Sir! Nothing to report, sir. Is there no one who will make this man take responsibility for his actions on the job?
Looks like we have no choice but to report this to Papa. Then, this star can have fun waking in a waking nightmare after being awakened from his dream.
Actually, let's not. I feel kind of sorry for him now. What's the matter, officer? I've been standing here for forever, sir. I really need to go to the bathroom. Why don't you just make a quick trip? The nearest one isn't that far, is it? No, it's just a short way down the hall beyond these doors, but I don't want to be blamed for anything that might happen while I'm gone.
Welcome back, Misaki. I'm doing good. I love your ranges. That's super nice of you, Beans. Wait, I love the color of your name. How do you have that? How do you have that? I don't think you can choose that. Is it like a premium thing?
So I'm gonna hold it. Perhaps Detective Gumshoe can be a positive influence on the force after all.
Wow! This thing is so incredibly detailed! My inner modeling fanboy is impressed! I'm not exactly a fan of plastic models per se, but I love ordering figures from Good Smile Company. Even I can sense the superb quality of Nendoroids.
I simply cannot comprehend how this man can feel so much love for such a trifle.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, yours. It's like a really, it's almost like a pastel matcha.
You're a disciple of my father, so you would do well to guard yourself against an interest of such unproductive things.
Yes, perhaps I should take up whipping people like the young lady over here. I can't stop the water, sir! Seems that the man who was here earlier broke it by drinking from it too much.
Bunch of fools who pretend to not see the foolishly foolish actions of a foolish fool!
Well, then why don't you lend the officer a hand?
As if I should have anything to do with this. Besides, that water-drinking fool's mouth is the thing that the officer should be covering. Let's give that officer a description of the water guzzler later.
She seems to have quite the grudge. It sounds to me like someone wanted a drink. Very interesting that the hot dog from Costco can reheat up pretty well, but the bun comes back really hard. Miss you.
Oh, it's you, Edgeworth. And who? Who are you? Wait, you were at the crime scene now, weren't you? You should be disbarred for not knowing who I am! I am Francisca von Karma, and I'm about to become the successor to the family name! About to. I guess that means that for now, you're still just another kid. In which case, it's only natural that I didn't know who you are.
Why are you whipping me?
Anyways, it looks like they're planning to hold the evidence a bit longer. If there's one thing I can't stand, it's waiting.
I'm terribly sorry, but I have a few more questions to ask of you.
Look at you! Your eyebrows scrunched with little lines on your forehead! But to ask of you...
What exactly is so funny?
Sorry, this bad at dealing with a super serious atmosphere.
Apparently, they failed to teach you proper behavior at a crime scene in law school.
I feel much better now. So what is it that you wanted to talk about?
I'd like to inquire as to where you were at the time of the murder.
We were in defendant lobby number 1 the whole time, up until we had heard the gunshot. And by we, I mean Mr. Bad. If you don't believe me, feel free to ask him yourself.
You were with Detective Bad? Why?
We had a little something to discuss, that's all.
So I take it that your acquaintance is with Detective Bad.
Yeah, he was the detective in charge of the KG-8 incident.
Detective Bad is also related to that incident?
That's right. He was the one who was supposed to protect my sister, Cece. But you know how that turned out, don't you, Edgeworth? Miles Edgeworth! I have no idea what you two are talking about! I've heard of the KG-8 incident from my papa. But how does that case relate to you, Miss Yu? The victim of that case, CCU, was my little sister. You're making the super serious face again. I'm fine. Really. I just make it a point to rub some more salt in his wounded pride every time I see him.
The way she talks about doing that as she laughs away is kind of creepy.
Oh, speaking of Mr. Bad, he and Mr. Faraday. I'd say they met up just about every single time the Yatagarasu made a move. It was particularly a given that the two would meet up at every one of the crime scenes.
I see. He did mention that he is in charge of the Yatagarasu investigation earlier. Maybe I should ask her what she knows about the Yatagarasu in more detail. You claimed at the time of the murder you were with Detective Bad.
But don't you lawyers usually discuss the trial with your clients during a recess?
We do, and that's what I was planning to do. But Mr. Faraday was being rather threatening, and he dragged Mr. Rell away. After that, Mr. Bad came into lobby number 1, so we just stayed there and talked.
And what did you talk with Mr. Detective Bad about?
Nothing interesting. I just insulted him some. Talked about how the trial was going, and then I insulted him some more.
Bloody! And she's not laughing. Her mouth seemingly spews nothing but insults.
Anyway, Mr. Bad and I were in defendant lobby number 1 when the murders occurred. So I really can't tell you anything about the hallway or lobby number 2.
I see. I'd like to ask you a few questions about your client, Mr. Mac Rell. Now, your client first claimed to be the Yatagarasu, is that correct?
Yeah. Once I heard that it was the Yatagarasu that had made off with the evidence from KG-8, I began to ask Mr. Rell all sorts of questions, but to no avail. Turns out Mr. Rell was not the Yatagarasu. He had just made that up.
He made it up?
Mr. Rell's crime was caught on tape by the security cameras, but there was no footage of him sneaking into the Kadopian embassy itself.
Hold on for just 1 second. And you mean to say that you knew he was not the real Yatagarasu? And that he was just another cold-blooded killer? And you were ready to defend him?
Yes, that's right.
I see. So defense lawyer is actually just someone whose job is to cover for criminals.
That's why defense lawyers are so detestable. But they're no match for us, Von Karmas. I don't believe it. You're serious.
Why don't you save that face for something really worth being serious about, And Edgeworth, do you remember what I said earlier?
I have my own agenda.
I'm still on the hunt for leads regarding the KG-8 incident. All right.
And for that, you have not a single qualm about defending a known killer?
Don't put words in my mouth. I said no such thing. The only way I had to get close to Mr. Rell was to be his lawyer. I had no intention of covering for him ever. So don't you dare suggest I was going to.
Sorry. Forgive my rashness. Oh my god. That hot dog is so good. Miss Yu. I was wondering if you could tell me about the Yatagarasu.
The Yatagarasu, huh? I don't really know much about that character myself. But I do get a lot of consultation requests from companies to defend them.
Requests from companies?
The Yatagarasu isn't some petty thief out for shmoney, you know.
All right then. Perhaps the Yatagarasu is in the business of stealing people's lives,
You're not very funny or witty, are you, little Miss Von Karma?
Francesca, be careful about who you whip. Choose carefully, or we may be sued by...
There! I chose carefully, just like you wanted.
Not just now! What's hilarious on this?
Of course it was.
What is wrong with these two women? Why does my pain give them delight?
And? So in the end, was it the Yatagarasu? I have to say, I never have even heard of this thief when I was in Germany.
The Yatagarasu deals in information. Namely, in digging out dirt about backroom dealings and the like of companies. The Yatagarasu is a vigilante who steals such info and makes it public for all to see.
Vigilante or no, this person sounds just like another criminal to me.
I suppose you can put it that way too. But either way, I get a lot more clients now thanks to that thief.
Sounds like Miss Yu is profiting nicely. I suppose I've gotten all I can out of Miss Yu. I should move on and speak with Detective Gumshoe now. It's a bookshelf. What's this? Judge's Trial Exchange Log. It appears to be a journal where the various judges share their thoughts and ideas. The real daily lives of judges are laid out here on these pages.
There's nothing about the court in here. It's just page out of page of unrelated drivel.
Judging by the content, they are very enthusiastic about the courthouse's daily menu. And it would appear that fried oysters are a favorite.
I have no use for such foolishly foolish words of that foolishly foolish crowd.
Someone please assure me that this is not the true state of this country's judiciary.
It's an incredibly detailed model, isn't it?
I heard that it cost as much to make that as it cost to build the courthouse itself.
What was the point of making such an expensive model?
I felt the exact same way upon hearing it.
Ugh, it's so hard to understand such foolishness.
Agreed.
Miles Edgeworth!
Oh, I dropped me. She scared me. Yes?
What is the meaning of this bulletin board? Why are there so few trials posted?
It would appear that the entire week is devoted to Mr. Rel's trial.
Is the crime rate really that low in this country? Or maybe the police lack the proper motivation to get out there and catch the criminals!
I'm afraid I can't comment on that. However, I can say I have my doubts about the younger detectives.
Sounds to me like they're in need of a stricter hand. And I'll start my discipline regimen with that pathetic, filthy-coated detective!
I feel bad for the big guy.
yet I can find no suitable reason to stop her. Detective Gumshoe.
Hey, that's you, pal. You're here. Ouch!
As am I.
I don't think you needed to whip him to let him know that.
I didn't do it, pal. I swear on my honor as a detective, I really didn't.
Your words are useless. I place my trust only in the evidence, detective. Once the investigation is fully over and should we find out that you are the killer, there will be no mercy to be had for you.
You have a heart, pal.
But you're not worried, right? After all, you have nothing to worry about if you really are innocent, that is.
That's right. Hey, pal, go and do your perfect investigation and get the real killer for me, will you?
I would have done so, even had you not requested me to, detective. So, you and Mr. Faraday had a small meeting last week, did you? And what exactly did you do to make him so angry?
I just asked Detective Bad the same thing myself, pal. Turns out he was mad at me because of my very first day as a detective. I reported into my usual post instead of the Criminal Affairs Department. By the time I got to Criminal Affairs, it was really late. And that's when he gave me that huge speech.
I remember doing the exact same thing in elementary school. On the first day of school every year, I'd always wind up going to my old classroom.
How pathetic for the detective to be comparable to a mere school child. You claim to be standing guard in front of the door to lobby number 2 during the recess. However, when did you receive the order to do so, and from whom?
Earlier, around 3:20, in from Detective Bad, pal. Today's trial really took a crazy turn. So I was told to make sure nothing happened to Mr. Faraday.
And yet something did happen to him, correct? It looks like it was a total waste of manpower to assign you to guard duty.
Ow! Your words sting worse than your whip, pal.
So it was Detective Bad who ordered him to stand guard, huh? Now then, Detective Gumshoe, is there anything else you'd like to tell me?
Nope, not a thing, pal.
In that case, allow us to take a look at what you're carrying on your personage.
Ah! Wait, you can't do that!
There's nothing of any particular value here.
Well, my handcuffs and my badge were confiscated by Detective Bad, so, you know.
And what is that open envelope I see sticking out of your coat pocket?
Hands up, pal!
Just show it to us already!
Yow!
Annual check bonus within. $5 total. Except there's no check inside.
You had your look, now give it back, pal! It's my first bonus as a brand new detective! I just got it and cashed it in today. I literally had no cash on me up until I did, you know? So that envelope is really special to me. Now give it back!
You don't need rubbish like this. Don't worry, we'll throw it away for you later.
Oh, could you?
I'm sorry, but I need to take him in for questioning now. I think I've asked him just about everything I needed to. No, wait. Since he became a suspect, there's one piece of evidence I should reconfirm. Officer, I ask that you wait a second. I still have one thing I'd like to reconfirm with Detective Gumshoe.
Understood, but please make it brief, sir. I want to hear it from the horse's mouth. I must confirm whether or not his testimony about when the crime occurred is the truth. You told me earlier that you heard no sound other than the gunshot out in the hallway. Is that correct? No mistake about it, pal. And you are also claiming that no one passed through the hallway either. Is that also correct? Yep. Not even a single ant passed through that hall when I was on duty. You do realize that the lie you're telling is only making life more difficult for yourself? Huh? Oh. But it's true! I didn't see anyone go through the hallway, and I didn't hear anything else, pal! I bet the killer found a way to kill the two guys that's beyond what even I can imagine! So, he intends to continue telling this ridiculous lie. But why would he do so, given the situation that he's in? I believe a thorough investigation of the hallway in front of the defendant lobbies is in order. Ah! You!
Not have noticed that coming.
Wasn't that the child I changed money for earlier?
Thanks! That's exactly her!
Kids, sometimes be too cruel.
It looks like she dropped something.
Swiss roll? Warehouse special Swiss rolls. Ooh, Swiss roll sounds pretty good.
Maybe we should arrest the girl. She might turn out to be a valuable lead.
I believe some sort of punishment may need to be dealt the next time we meet. I believe I've asked all that I can of this matter. Now for Detective Bad and the judge. We have to confirm who's correct. The judge or that scruff face?
We have to confirm who's correct. The judge or that scruff face, right? I suppose we should inspect that hallway in front of lobby number 2 next then.
I suppose so. Shall we head on over, Francisca?
Oh, what? Oh my god! It's the hero clip! Francisca! No, Francisca. Francisca! Oh, no.
Can't catch me. You can't catch me.
This isn't the famous clip. Anytime I try to shout out Kiro, I only ever get this clip.
It's the defense attorney's bench. Probably be standing on this side of the courtroom if that incident hadn't happened.
What are you thinking about? Lately, the more wrinkly your face becomes, the less I'm able to read what you're thinking.
Well, I'd never! I'll have you know, I don't have a single wrinkle upon my youthful brow. It's the witness stand.
I'll make sure that each and every person in that there stands that ever stands here will be found guilty!
There are others besides the defendant that stand at this podium, you know?
I don't care! Just make sure you never end up standing at one of these! Or you'll be sorry!
Keep that in mind.
Any day now, and I'll be taking my rightful place behind this bench.
By that time, I should already be standing here.
It'd be downright disgraceful if I beat you to it, wouldn't it?
If that were to happen, Francisca, I'll eat my cravat.
It's the viewing gallery. This is where the riffraff sit when they come to watch.
It's situated at the same height as the judge's bench. I wonder if that's to represent the intense scrutiny of each and every case from all sides.
Miles Edgeworth, are you not man enough to stand up to all those eyes?
What sort of... Of course I'm man enough! The judge's chair. Must be wonderful to be able to sit the whole time.
Yes, as opposed to us prosecutors and defense attorneys who have to stand. I think it'd only be fair if the judge has to stand the whole time, too.
His Honor's an old man. He shouldn't be afforded some comforts.
Fine. He can enjoy his chair, but he'll share in our pain throughout my lashes.
I fear for the judge if Francisca were to ever become a real prosecutor.
There's an award for that? This must be the judge's desk. You can tell by the gavel sitting on top.
I had a dream once that I was being
Squashed from above by this gavel. You're such a weakling, Miles Edgeworth.
You have no idea how frightening it was. September 10th, District Court, hallway.
So, you see anything else?
No, that I don't think so.
I see. Well, thanks for your cooperation.
Oh, it's nothing. Just doing my duty as a defender of the law.
Wow, the judge looks so short with his sprite.
That'll be all for now. I'll ask again if I have any other questions.
Anytime, Detective. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a few loose ends I have to tie up. Oh, you're that new prosecutor Mr. Von Karma recommended, right?
My name is Miles Edgeworth, Your Honor.
And I'm Manfred Von Karma's daughter, Francisca Von Karma. I'm set to become the successor to my genius father any day now, Your Honor.
I see. Mr. New Prosecutor recommended by... Von Karma, Miles Edgeworth, and Miss Ah!
A bit my tongue.
Are you all right, Your Honor?
Please feel free to refer to me as just Miss Von Karma, Your Honor. As for him, just Edgeworth is fine.
Apparently somebody doesn't feel that I'm worthy of a proper title.
Oh, very well then. I shall call you Miss Von Karma and Mr. Prosecutor Edgeworth.
Your Honor, Mr. Edgeworth is fine, sir. Now about your earlier testimony.
Yes? What about it, Mr. Edgeworth? I would like to ask you a few questions about what exactly you saw. All right. After all, it's my duty to clarify my testimony as a defender of the law. I greatly appreciate your cooperation, Mr. Your Honor. Mr. Your Honor. Now, the first thing I will need to do is figure out that detective's exact movements.
Not Francisca telling the judge to take the worth out of Edge. It doesn't look like there's anything contradictory left in this area.
I suppose not.
It would appear that this vending machine sells snacks and various other foods.
Just lovely. What will they think of next?
Don't be a jerk in court like these beef jerks. One packet for $9 for beef jerky?
Wow. Their Tillamook brand jerky goes for $10.98. Beef jerky is surprisingly expensive. Apparently so. I'm Googling this right now. Really? The sandwich being expensive too kind of makes sense because Subway sandwiches, I lived in the era of $5 foot long, and now a foot long is like $15. That's triple the price. Defendant's fresh milk. Can I see this? Defendant's fresh milk. Phoenix? 1/2 pint for $7. Stay neutral as the Swiss do until the end with these for $6. You're awfully overpriced.
The lineup is simply awful. Period.
Period.
Speaking of snacks, I wonder if that Swiss roll the little girl dropped this from this machine.
I was wondering about that myself. When you're in hot water, you might need a hot dog. It looks like the slogan was decided through a public contest. The winner was Prosecutor Winston Payne.
What a pathetic slogan. No presents at all. Now, if it was up to me, it would read, if you leave matters in a Von Karma's hands, everyone in court will be found guilty dogs.
Objection!
Overruled.
The only truth, I'm telling you, Costco hot dog.
Don't be a jerk in court like these beef jerks. I see.
Objection! Miles Edgeworth, wouldn't you agree that it's a very clever pun? Do you really think they put that much
effort into the product name?
Even a foolish fool who can understand the foolish thinking of the fool who made it up. You're acting so foolishly that I got so thoroughly mad, and now I'm utterly famished.
You wanted a pack of these, all you had to do was ask like a normal person. Don't let the prosecution and the defense make a ham sandwich out of you. You?
It sounds like it's directed at that ham of a judge.
Well, it certainly isn't directed at me. I can outmaneuver him any day. When it's looking bad, blind your opposition with some OJ. Are they promoting? Oh, I don't like that reference. Are they promoting violence?
Don't worry, my whip will make sure that anybody following this advice won't be for long.
Compared to that sting of a whip, the sting of orange juice may not be so bad. Defendant's fresh milk. What exactly is that supposed to mean?
I bet it means the milk is freshly milked by various defendants on trial right now.
No, I think it might mean that this was milked right here from the various defendants.
Miles Edgeworth, you can't possibly be serious.
Of course not.
Yeah, excuse me? Stay neutral as the Swiss do until the end with these. The end of what?
Well, I assume it means the end of the trial. I suppose this means that one should eat these during a recess.
You can't eat during a trial, so I suppose the only time you can eat them is now, huh?
I wouldn't mind if you wanted to eat one now. They come in packs of 2 after all.
We're in the middle of an investigation. Besides, I don't have $6 on me.
If you want, we can pool our money and buy a pack together.
If I have to split it with you, then I do not want it!
Did you find something, officer? I think there's a $5 bill back there. Come on, just a little more.
Is there no one working this crime scene who isn't a total waste of living tissue?
Unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be a single person who we can deem useful here.
Also, welcome in Shadow Egg the First.
Have you found any suspicious fingerprints, officer? Nope, just the fingerprints of those involved with the case, sir.
I guess we know all the players in this case then, huh?
It would appear that way. But I have the nagging feeling that we're missing something. And I suspect that what we're missing is hiding right here in this crime scene somewhere. Your Honor, I'd like to ask you a few questions if you don't mind. Where were you at the time of the murder?
Do you suspect me of something?
No, nothing of the sort, Your Honor.
Ahem. Very well, you may continue with your testimony.
Your Honor, it is your testimony that I am after.
No! I had no idea you were chasing after me or my testimony.
I'm beginning to sense that I might want to avoid being in a trial run by this judge.
Let's see here. Now then, how should I put this? When you get to be my age, you need to pay more frequent visits to the restroom. If you go take a look through the window at the end of this hall, you'll see a small window. That is the window to the men's restroom. In other words, you can see clearly into this hallway from the men's restroom. When I was going into the restroom, that detective, Gumshoe, is it? Well, he was standing in front of the vending machines buying something from it. However, and this I could not believe, when I was about to exit the restroom, there was not a soul in the hallway anymore.
Your Honor, if you could please calm down and explain it to me rationally.
Oh, I'm really sorry. Please let me regain my composure. It was really suspicious. That's what my finely honed judge's intuition said. Although, well, until the murders occurred, I just sort of brushed it off.
Apparently, this judge doesn't understand the concept of staying calm.
That's probably all I'm gonna find out from His Honor. Mr. Edgeworth, may I return to my other duties now?
Welcome in, Krista.
Yes, I'm sorry to have held you up. Thank you for your cooperation, Your Honor.
Anytime, Mr. Edgeworth. Anytime.
The judges in this country seem rather friendly.
Yes, if not a bit wishy-washy. However, I hear that they're known to hand down very fair verdicts.
What are we doing? We're playing Ace Attorney Investigation. So right now, we're investigating a crime scene and seeing if, who is the actual killer in this case. Super late, taking care of some massive shopping. No problem. Welcome in, Suki.
Detective Bad, I have something I wish to inquire about.
Hey, how about doing some actual work, you?
I wish to inquire into Detective Gumshoe's movements during the recess.
You're getting in the way of the investigation. I have an order from Mr. Von Karma
himself. Plus, I still hold investigative authority.
So I hear you—
the one who called for Detective Gumshoe to come down here.
Faraday. That guy was just accused, you know? I just knew something was gonna happen. My detective's instinct told me.
A lot of good
to you. You couldn't even protect one lone prosecutor with it.
Hold it!
Francesca, I think you need to apologize.
I'm sorry.
Terribly sorry, Detective Bad. Please continue.
I used the phone on the first floor and called the precinct. I told them to send somebody over. And that detective's the one that showed up.
And only upon his arrival did you set Detective Gumshoe to stand guard, Detective Bad?
Thank you for the nice words.
Yeah, I waited for him on the first floor. After he got here, we came up to these defendant lobbies together. As we entered this hallway, we ran into you. She told us that Faraday was really mad, and that he dragged Rel off to lobby number 2 to have a word or something. And that Faraday had said to not let anyone interrupt them. So what choice did I have? All I could do was tell the big lug to stand guard outside. And around what time
did all of that take place?
Let's see. I think it was about 30 minutes before I heard the gunshot. After giving the big lug his assignment, he never left the hallway. Not once.
Oh, how can you make such a claim?
One of the guards out in this floor's main lobby swore to me he didn't. If the detective never left the hallway,
then where did he disappear off to?
That's simple. He must have gone into lobby number 2, just as I suspected.
you and I, we were in lobby number 1 next door. The only one without an alibi is Gumshoe.
It would seem that I'm still missing some key pieces of information. Detective Bad, you also heard the gunshot, did you not?
Yeah. I heard it when I was in defendant lobby number 1. That's why I came running towards lobby number 2 together with you. How much time elapsed
between you hearing the gunshot and your arrival at the scene?
In less than a minute. What were your movements upon
Hearing the gunshot.
I grabbed the big lug who was just walking around in the hall and raced into lobby number 2. And that's when we discovered the bodies. In that order.
That makes you the discoverer of the crime scene, right?
Yeah, I guess it does, little miss.
I am about to become a prosecutor
Very soon! You will treat me with the dignity I deserve, or else!
You wave that thing around anymore, and I'll have you arrested for obstruction, little miss.
You wouldn't dare!
I'm just joking.
Detective Bad is really something if he can make Francisca behave.
Are we about done?
Is there anything else I should ask him about? I'd like to know a little bit more about the circumstances under which you've heard the gunshot.
Like I said, I was in lobby number 1 with you. I have nothing else to add. Well, his testimony certainly
corroborates with what Miss Yu said. I'd like for you to tell me the exact time you heard the gunshot. It was
around the end of the recess and the trial was about to start again, I think. He was supposed to make time for himself to transfer the evidence he was holding. But I got the sense he wasn't going to show for the handoff. So I figured I should go get him or he'd be late. And just as I thought, the sound of a gunshot hit my eardrums. So we heard the gunshot right
before the trial was about to restart, huh?
Are we done here? I don't have any time to waste.
Hold it! Oh, come on! All you're doing is standing in front of this door doing nothing.
I get the sense that
he's somewhat investigating this crime scene. Or rather that he's keeping us under surveillance. But to what end? Detective Bad, may I ask that you cooperate with us for just a bit longer?
I don't have anything else to say to the two of you. You guys were the ones who said you wanted to investigate in the first place.
Fine then! Be obstinate! We'll just do as we please! Come on, Miles!
You may no longer be willing to help us. However, may I ask for the forensic scientist's cooperation?
Do as you like.
We can't go in there. Wait, can we go back?
He's making a most ridiculous face.
That may be, but at least he doesn't look like someone who would tell a lie on purpose.
I suppose, but to Avant Karma, evidence is the thing that carries any weight.
Of course. At this rate, the poster needs to be of no use to us right now. There are no signs that this fire extinguisher was used at the crime.
If you could already tell from a distance, then why are you wasting your time examining it?
Francisco, let us not try to rush about absolute genius. Have you found any suspicious fingerprints, officer? Nope, just the fingerprints of those involved in the case, sir. What? What is this? It's a pink-colored piece of trash made of rubber. I feel like I've seen something like this before.
Well, all I got was a piece of garbage. But you know, the fact that there's a litterer running amongst loose of this courthouse, it's simply unforgivable.
Ah! It's not like it was I who littered.
Rubbish belongs in a rubbish bin.
The ants are hard at work carrying their food home. It's a marvel that they can pick up such comparatively large objects to their size.
Well, if you want to carry the mighty Von Karma name and not be squished under it, you'd better work extra hard, just like these ants.
The same goes for you, Franziska. So that window on the other side belongs to the men's restroom.
I can't see it.
Your height? I'm not surprised. I guess short people have feelings too.
What's the matter?
I pricked myself on one of these cactus's needles. I didn't think the needles on this thing would be so sharp.
Well, what did you expect? Can you imagine how bad it would be if you were hit on the head by one of those? Anyway, this cactus seems to be unrelated to our case.
Do you really think so? Because I believe that this cactus sitting on this windowsill is completely related.
Oh, well then, I look forward to your explanation on how exactly it's related.
Okay, cool.
Oh, damn. I saved my game already, Misaki.
Shadow, thank you so much for subscribing and joining the Superstar Sub Club. Thank you for producing me, Kuroju-san.
There we go. This pink rubbery substance. I saw this in a different form earlier today. I believe this is a piece of a popped balloon.
I suppose that's possible.
The balloon probably got a little too close to our friend, the windowsill cactus.
That would be the logical conclusion, yes?
Okay, no. What do we have to investigate then? Wait, can I scroll down? There we go. The dirt on this bench smells like some sort of sweet substance.
I can't believe there's someone going around dirtying the courthouse. For shame!
Hold it! Calm down, Francisca. Now take a good look. Doesn't this smudge kind of look like a handprint to you?
I suppose it could be. Which means...
Perhaps we can lift the print of the person who sullied this bench.
I see. And then we'll know the identity of our mystery slob.
You there, the lab technician. Could you please find out who this handprint belongs to?
Sir, yes, sir!
I've got the results of the fingerprint analysis, sir. And do we know who they belong to?
Sir, the fingerprints belong to Detective Gumshoe.
Oh, interesting. Good work, officer.
Detective Gumshoe's fingerprints. And there you have it.
Yes, I suppose so.
Now we know the identity of the person who dirtied the bench.
I sense that you and I will be using this information in very different ways.
What are these black speckles?
I believe it's a pile of ants eating away.
Blech. Ooh, the detective! He claims that not a single ant slipped by him. And yet here's a whole hill of them.
Ah!
As a replacement for that pathetic detective.
Yeah. Perhaps I should add this deduction to the detective's growing tab of pay cuts.
Anyway, I wonder what the ants are eating.
From the look and smell of it, pieces of cake and chocolate form a Swiss roll.
Miles Edgeworth! The courthouse is to be kept pristine at all times!
Wasn't me that dropped food on the ground!
The courthouse must be kept clean!
These bits of chocolate and cake, could they not have come from a Swiss roll?
A Swiss roll? Why would a courthouse sell the thing
Girl, you literally just saw it. You literally...
Foolishly fool who foolishly fools around with a fool.
It may not seem like the right venue. However, it is being sold right over there.
The vending machine? Ah, I see. Stay neutral as the Swiss do until the end with these. 2 for $6. Talk about expensive.
I've been here the whole team. Kieran 97 blankies. Kieran 97 blankies. Kieran 97 blankies.
You've been here the what?
I've been here the whole team.
Thank you for 3 months of the Superstar Sub Club, Robbie. I appreciate it. Oh, TTS is so funny. Talk about expensive.
Leaving the fact that it's on the expensive side aside, the fact that the cake crumbs and chocolate bits were found in this hallway,
suggests that they came from a Swiss roll that was purchased from this machine. You've been here this whole teamy. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. I hope you're having a good Sunday. I think I have a pretty clear picture of what happened here now.
Naturally. After all, I'm here, aren't I?
Detective Gumshoe must have sat on this bench as he ate his Swiss roll. And as he ate, he dropped it on the floor and sullied the bench. I left the tab open, collecting channel points.
For what? What could you ever be using channel points on, How could he not have cleaned up after himself? How utterly despicable!
Don't you dare whip me again. It wasn't I who made the mess in the first place. Anyway, if it was indeed Detective Gumshoe who bought the Swiss roll, that creates a rather interesting contradiction of facts.
A contradiction? Where?
I think another look at the special courthouse vending machine is in order. Oh, his paycheck?
Eureka!
Eureka! About Detective Gumshoe's finances. He said that until this morning, he didn't have even a single penny on his personage.
Just how poor is that guy?
If his bonus really was only $5, then he should not have been able to purchase a pack of Swiss rolls. However, facts being as they are, we found cake crumbs on the floor.
Meaning Scruffy must have bought a pack somehow.
Indeed. That detective should not have been able to purchase a pack, and yet he did. The question is, how? I believe I now have a very firm grasp on what's happened here.
Well, I do too!
All right, Francisca. Would you care to share what conclusions you've come to?
Why should I do that? We're still in the middle of a competition, you know. We should be checking to see if your conclusions are wrong first, so you go ahead.
It's almost cute that she's going this far to ensure that she wins. Almost. Very well. But first we need to pay His Honor a visit to correct this testimony. September 10th, 5:15 p.m. District Court, Courtroom number 3. Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to test your witness testimony to see how it stands up.
Do you doubt me? Am I your new suspect?
In a sense, I suppose you could say that.
Medulisti, thank you so much for following and joining the Konstellations. Welcome in. Even you, a judge, are nothing but a common witness before a Von Karma.
Silence in the courtroom! Silence, I say! Mr. New Prosecutor recommended by Manfred Von Karma and mischievous prosecutor successor to Manfred Von Karma.
You bit your tongue again, didn't you?
As a defender of the law, I could never give false testimony. You could even place me under oath if you want.
Very well. Your testimony, if you please.
During the recess, I went to the restroom. There's a window on the other hallway side. In other words, I could see into the hallway. As I entered, I saw that detective buying something from the vending machines. But when I was about to exit the restroom, he had completely disappeared. A detective that goes missing while on duty? That sounds mighty suspicious to me!
Your Honor, can you please try to remain calm?
Oh, I'm so used to simply listening to testimonies that I got caught up in all the excitement.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but I'm going to have to spoil your fun.
Hold it!
Your Honor, why exactly did you pay a visit to the restroom, if I may ask?
Oh, well, isn't it obvious? What else do you go to the restroom for? Or maybe... I knew it! You suspect me of some sort of tomfoolery, don't you?
Please stay calm, Your Honor.
This is gonna be much
harder than I anticipated.
I'm sorry. You're right. I need to think things through with a level head. I'm just nervous because so much has happened today with this trial. Let's see. I announced a recess and a time for us to reconvene. But having done all that, I still wasn't able to go to the restroom right away.
And why couldn't you?
Mr. Faraday had been accused, so I had paperwork to process regarding a new prosecutor. Once I had finished that, I was finally able to make a mad dash to the restroom.
At least he stayed consistent on the going to the restroom part of his testimony.
Hold it!
Your Honor, did you really go to the men's restroom?
What is the meaning of that statement?
I simply meant that perhaps you went to a restroom on a different floor.
I had to go for such a long time. It was all I could do to dash to the closest one to the courtroom.
I suppose that's only natural given his circumstances.
I ran from the courtroom, through this floor's main lobby and down the hallway. Once you enter, you can see there's a window just above the urinal.
And it was through that window that you witnessed Detective Gumshoe, Your Honor.
Yes, exactly!
Your Honor, there's no need to yell. I can hear you just fine.
Oh, I guess I put a little bit too much onto that last answer. Now then, let's continue with the testimony.
Wait, hold on. He's been talking about the restroom so much, I have to go. All right, I'm gonna be back in just a second, okay? The judge is adorable in this case? What? You've got a crush on the judge?
Hold it!
Are you sure that the person you witnessed was Detective Gumshoe, Your Honor?
Yes, I'm absolutely sure. It's hard to miss someone of his stature, even from far away as the restaurant. Besides, I can't think of anyone else with that kind of hairstyle and big beige coat.
Kyle Hyde? Well, I was simply wondering if you were mistaken in what you saw.
What? It's preposterous! My eyes are as sharp as can be, ready to see through the lies to the truth. Although recently, things do seem to be a bit fuzzier than they used to be.
Clearly, his eyes are not the only things that have gone fuzzy.
But allow me to say, with all the honor and dignity of a judge, I'm not mistaken in what I saw.
Hold it!
He disappeared. Your Honor, didn't you just say... I saw that detective buying something from the vending machines? Dead Crest drops into the chat, just laying there. Me too! Welcome in. Hope you're doing good today.
Right, yes, I did. The restroom window looks over the courtyard and right into the hallway. But just as I was about to exit, I took another look and there was no one in sight. That led me to only one solution to this mystery. That detective must have gone into the crime scene, lobby number 2, at that point.
So he looked into the hallway from the restroom and over the courtyard, did he?
Hold it!
Your Honor, I ask that you please remain calm.
No. I'm perfectly calm. I'm perfectly calm.
You're being anything but cervically palm. You're excited today, excites but exhausted. All right. How was your day? What'd you do?
It appears that His Honor could not have been mistaken in what he saw.
I suppose so, given his line of sight. However, Francesca, why do you suppose our lines of sight are so different?
If you're referring to my height...
Can't you hold that whip for still for just a second? Now about His Honor's testimony. I believe his line of sight is to be an important factor.
If it's that important, why don't you just hurry up and tell him already?
I will, but there's still one more thing I need to do if I am to correct His Honor's testimony. I'm going to need to retrace Detective Gumshoe's movements.
Objection!
What was that finger wag for, Mr. Edgeworth? And don't you know it's rude to shout objection while somebody's giving testimony?
If you truly are a man of the law, then you must always be vigilant. For example, I never let an opportunity to shout objection pass me by.
Miles Edgeworth, it's one thing to be passionate about your job, but this is real life.
This is what some people may say is the pot calling the kettle black. Your Honor, I wonder if you might take a look at this for me.
What is this filth? How dare someone dirty the hallway bench like that? Who is the culprit? That party is hereby found guilty of uncleanliness.
If you must know, the uncouth bench sullier has already been placed under arrest thanks to your earlier testimony, Your Honor.
Oh, well, that's good, but what was it?
We were about to discover something from the smudge on the bench. Namely, Detective Gumshoe's fingerprints.
Not happy with committing just murder, he had to go and dirty the courthouse too? Guilty!
Your Honor, please calm down. While it's true that the detective is the one who made the mess on the bench,
We have not yet established that this action is related to the double murder.
What do you mean?
I believe that the detective brought a pack of Swiss rolls from the vending machine, and then promptly sat down on the bench to eat them. The cakes, crumbs, and pieces of chocolate on the floor under the bench.
You ate lettuce wrapped with a pork belly and you didn't invite me! Girl, I made it. Girl, I would have driven over.
Thank you for the alert, Preston. Welcome in, Miss Savannah. Detective Gumshoe's fingerprints prove my conclusions to be true.
Oh, but I still don't understand. Is this whole thing related to how I couldn't see him as I was leaving the restroom?
It is indeed. The window in the hallway was built rather high up into the wall, at around a grown adult's chest height. As evidence, I submit that Francisca herself was unable to see out of that window.
Yeah!
I knew I shouldn't have used her eye as evidence. Basically, what this means is that the area directly under the hallway window is a blind spot when the hallway is being viewed from the men's restroom.
Then...
It seems you have made the connection. If someone were to sit on the bench under the window, yet yes, even someone as large and big and beefy as Detective Gumshoe would effectively disappear from sight.
What?
You finally see, Your Honor. Your testimony has just proven that Detective Gumshoe was in the hallway the entire time.
Sorry. I didn't mean to say it with that much enthusiasm. All I wanted to do was try saying it once. Here, let me try that again. Hold it!
Is there something of value you'd like to say?
Yes, actually, there is. I remembered something else just now. Mr. Edgeworth, please allow me to testify to the court one more time.
Even if we overruled him, he'd just keep on talking, wouldn't he?
That might not be a bad thing. The more info, the better in a perfect investigation, right?
I suppose it's possible you can't see a seated person from the restroom window. However, that doesn't mean that the detective was sitting there when I looked. Anyway, I forgot to testify earlier about probably the most important detail. As I was leaving the restroom, I heard the loud bang of a gunshot. How is that? That is the testimony of one who judges the crimes of others.
Same Steven. Thank you for following and joining the Konstellations.
They let you have that username here?
Your Honor, could you try to state the important facts first next time?
I agree. Before you go around judging others, you should learn to judge your own words.
I'm sorry. But honestly, I thought that sound was just a noise popper until now.
Now that he mentions it, right before we restarted the trial, he did talk about that.
Oh, by the way, was there somebody celebrating a birthday during the recess? I could have sworn that I heard a popper going off. Come to think of it, the other day with my grandson.
The most critical point in this argument is when did the judge look into the hallway? And whether that lines up with when the gun was actually fired. Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to clarify a few details in your testimony. Originally, I wanted it to be Sweet Semen, but that already is used, and the person using the name is banned from Twitch. I'm just surprised they let you use the word semen in your username here. That's very interesting.
Hold it!
In that case, do you concede that you were overconfident in your last testimony? Now, hold on there! I just said that it's possible you can't see a seated person from the restroom this time. But, you know something?
I'm just a humble man of the sea. You got it. You got it. Well, welcome to you for being new here.
I don't think you know what the prints you referenced were left on the bench, do you? Yeah. Well, you have proven that it's possible the detective was sitting. I still have a problem with just when those fingerprints were left.
He's right. I've yet to prove when the fingerprints were left on that bench. While he feigns ignorance, His Honor has seen a lot of life. This judge, I mustn't underestimate him.
Hold it!
As we established, you went to the restroom during the recess. However, at what point in the recess did you look into that hallway?
After I called for a recess, I handled that change of prosecutor paperwork. Maybe about 20 minutes until we reconvened. Yes, that sounds about right.
Just as expected.
What are you expecting? And I demand to know what that all-knowing smile is for.
Your Honor, that statement you made just now is very important. I'd like for you to append it to your testimony.
All right, if you insist.
Objection!
You're on. I cannot allow you to make an objection. What?
Your Honor, I'm really sorry, but I cannot allow you to not allow me to make an objection.
Dads, I've been overruled.
Your Honor, there are simply too many holes in your testimony for my taste.
What do you mean by that?
You claim that you heard the gunshot during the recess, but that is simply not possible.
Mr. New Prosecutor recommended by Manfred von Karma.
Instead of you biting your tongue, why don't you bite your tongue on those preposterous names? Yeah.
I see you have no mercy for the elderly either, Francisca.
Don't talk back to me, unless you want to be whipped in the back.
With your height, you'll need a stepladder or four to accomplish that.
Mr. Edgeworth, my ears are not that far gone yet, and I'll have you know, I can still hear just fine. And I heard the sound of a gunshot loud and clear with my own two ears.
Your Honor, I have an interesting bit of testimony. It's from Detective Bad. According to him, he heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to start again.
What did you just say?
Your Honor, you just said that you heard the gunshot about 20 minutes before we were about to reconvene. How do you explain this glaring contradiction?
This can't be!
Unfortunately, that is the truth.
But I heard it as clear as day. Bang! The loud sound of a gunshot.
The sound of a gunshot. We keep returning to this point of contention. In the piece of evidence, I always did wonder why I found it where I did. However, now I understand what that gunshot the judge heard really was. Unfortunately, Your Honor, this is what produced the gunshot that you heard.
Take that!
Take that! I found this object in the hallway earlier. What is this pink substance? It may not look it, but this is actually a piece of a balloon. I see. And I suppose you'd like me to accept that pink balloon into the court record? Your Honor, I present this piece of evidence in order to overrule your testimony! What? Your Honor, your argument goes as follows. You saw no one in the hallway when you heard the gunshot. Now there's no guarantee that the detective was sitting on the bench at the time. Therefore, you believe he must have been at the crime scene, defendant lobby number 2. Am I correct? Yes, that's exactly right.
Let me ask you something. Do you think the gunshot you heard was produced by a real gun? I think I've said enough that even you can figure out the rest on your own. Your Honor, you were fooled by the popping of this balloon into thinking it was a gunshot! What manner of trickery is this?
That was a good effort you put, Mr. Miles Edgeworth. But if it was me, I would have wrapped this thing up before the judge even testified.
Care to elaborate on how one ends something before it even begins?
Well, to be honest, you'd think that the sound was a bit off for a real gunshot sound. But who could have guessed that someone would pop a balloon in a place like this?
That's true. One doesn't usually think balloons in conjunction with courthouse.
I want to trade these coins with you.
That's it. That balloon that girl was holding. It explains everything. Your Honor, if it makes you feel any better, you didn't lie once in your testimony. However, I can't really vouch for its accuracy.
Oh no, that giving testimony could be such a difficult thing to do. What have I done? I owe Detective Gumshoe a very big apology. I will see to it myself that he is released.
Wait. There are still a few things I have yet to resolve about what happened in the hallway. Your Honor, I request your permission to further question Detective Gumshoe.
But why? I thought we just cleared his name.
Whether we did just now or not, I still cannot say. The only thing I can do for now is to continue my quest for the perfect explanation. And to that end, I must resolve the remaining issues pertaining to the events that occurred in the hallway.
Very well. Bailiff, please bring Detective Gumshoe into the courtroom.
I must fulfill my mission and find the perfect explanation to this case. Okay, there's no intermission here, but I'm actually going to go ahead and call it here because we are at 4 hours and a half. Oh, we're in the ladder now? Wow, we're about to finish this case? That's a short case. I didn't realize. Okay, well, we'll save that for next time. Because I am pretty tired now. So, I saved my game. Let's go ahead and... Thank you guys so much for hanging out here with me on stream. I hope you guys had fun as much as I did. And yes, if you guys are new here and you guys want to keep up on all the socials, please feel free to join us on Twitter, YouTube, socials. On Twitter, YouTube, TikTok, and Blue Sky at Atelier Kieran. If you guys want to join the Discord, the link is available down there. Anyone's welcome to join as long as you guys are over the age of 18, but you guys need to be adults if you're watching my stream. Or else. I don't know if I'm going to have a schedule for this week because it is Thanksgiving week. So I don't really know what days I want to commit to streaming, but I'll see you when I see you, right?
I didn't do the question, but I can do it now. Oh, a media that you've been obsessed with? Sarazanmai? Wow! I feel so old! That series is so old! What a throwback! Wow, that really took me back. But yeah, thank you guys for joining me here. I hope you guys had a good time. If I have time later, I kind of feel like playing something else. Maybe I'll do some 14 maps. Maybe I'll do some Mario Party. I don't really know. But that's going to be it for today. The last media you've been obsessed with was JoJo. Okay, I'll keep this as the next check-in question because I forgot to ask it today. But yeah. Did somebody say maps? Does someone want to do mappies? 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 Mappies! But anyways, I will see you guys soon. I think I might be able to stream tomorrow, so maybe I'll see you guys tomorrow. I don't know. Whatever. We'll go according to Keith, you know? Who knows? But either way, take care of yourself. I hope that you guys have a lovely rest of your weekend. And yeah, I love you guys. Who shall we raid? All right, she's still loading, so let's go ahead and raid Lily, who's currently starting her stream. If you guys can, give her some hiya hey heys. If you have access to the emotes, give her some blankies as well. And yeah, I will see you guys probably tomorrow, sometime soon. But either way, take care, guys. I love you guys so much. Have a good rest of your weekend. And of course, Otsu Kieran! Bye-bye! Bye-bye, 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 bye-bye!